Hi guys, it's me ChazRHD and welcome to qualifying day here for the 2022 Mexico City Grand Prix weekend. I hope you're all doing well ahead of what's going to be an exciting day here in Mexico. Normally qualifying day is a very exciting day at this circuit. We've had many great battles over the years for pole position, very close fights for pole between many great drivers, and even on some weekends the battle or fight for pole tends to be, unfortunately, sometimes more exciting than what happens on the Sunday. So yeah, this is going to be an exciting day today, I think, and it's going to be very competitive throughout the entire field. You know, the fight for pole, the fight for best of the rest in the midfield, and obviously the fight to get into Q3 to get from Q1 into Q2 and so on and so forth. So yeah, I'm sure it's going to be an exciting day of action, and I hope you guys will join me for all of it today. Practice 3, which we will firstly be getting into, is getting underway in just over 13 minutes time. And this is not, I would say, the first fully representative session of the weekend, because practice 1 we did get some decent running on the soft compound tyres, but the condition of the track now is a lot better than it was in practice 1. And obviously, the temperatures yesterday, I don't think, are exactly the same as they were yesterday. So there are, some differences there. It is still, nice weather. It's around 25 degrees Celsius in Mexico City. And, it is pretty hot still, but it's not quite the same as it was yesterday, and I think a bit more haze, a bit more cloud cover. So yeah, we'll see what what effect that has. But yeah, it's gonna be very interesting in this session to see. Obviously at the very front, are we gonna get a fight for pole position between Red Bull and Ferrari? Maybe Mercedes. I think we'll definitely get a close fight between Red Bull and Ferrari, but as for Mercedes, I'm not sure whether they'll be quite in that battle. And then for the midfield, McLaren, Alpine, Aston Martin should be the 3 quickest midfield teams. I'm looking really at McLaren and I think Aston Martin to be quite possibly the 2 quickest midfield teams, given how, this track and the sea level we're racing at this weekend, it really does suit those 2 teams quite a lot. Alpine, I'm sure they will still be pretty competitive. And then, after that, I'm sure it'll be pretty close between teams like Alfa Romeo, Haas, AlphaTauri, and Williams as well. But, yeah, it's going to be a close session, practice 3, between all of the teams in their respective battles. And, like I said, in qualifying, it's going to be a pretty close fight, as it normally is here in Mexico. We've had plenty of great fights for pole position here in the past. Remember 2017, where we had a very close fight for pole between Vettel, Verstappen, and Hamilton that year. Obviously, we had Ricciardo get pole in 2018, just ahead of Max Verstappen in a surprising qualifying session that day. And then 2019, 3 years ago, we had quite a controversial session where Verstappen did get pole, but then was given a penalty for speeding under yellow flags, and eventually the 2 Ferraris ended up starting that race on the front row. So yeah, I'm sure it will be an exciting battle for pole. And thankfully, none of the top drivers, it seems, or top teams, rather, are taking a engine penalty or gearbox penalty of any sort that we know of so far. I did report that Carlos Sainz would be taking a 5-place penalty this weekend for a new ICE. Looks as though Ferrari are holding off on that, possibly until the next Grand Prix in Brazil, or even the final Grand Prix in Abu Dhabi. So yeah, that's good to see. But before we get properly into the session in 10 minutes time, let me first get into the results of Practice 1 and Practice 2, in case you guys were unable to check out my streams yesterday or the sessions yesterday. So in Practice 1, Carlos Sainz ended up quickest from Charles Leclerc second. Perez was third, Max Verstappen fourth. They set the exact same lap time, the 2 Red Bulls. But because Perez did his lap time first, that's why he ended up ahead. with Lewis Hamilton in 5th, Alonso 6th, Bottas 7th, Norris 8th, Gasly 9th and Vettel in 10th. And then the rest of the field was Ricciardo, Zhou, Stroll, Schumacher, Latifi, Lawson, Sargent, De Vries, Doohan, and Fittipaldi. Obviously, Lawson, Sargent, De Vries, Doohan, and Fittipaldi were reserve drivers who were in practice 1. Unfortunately, practice 2 was once again just like in Austin. It was the Pirelli tyre testing session. The top 3 did do their best times on the actual tyres that we are using for this weekend, but yeah, there's nothing really to take from this session, but I'll go through the results anyway. It was George Russell quickest on a 119.9 on the soft compound tyres. Tsunoda second, Ocon third, Hamilton fourth, Perez fifth, Verstappen sixth, Leclerc seventh, Sainz eighth, Bottas ninth, and Gasly in 10th. And then the rest of the field, it was Alonso, Vettel, Albon, Norris, Ricciardo, Stroll, Schumacher, Magnussen, Latifi, and Zhou. So yeah, nothing to take from that session. The only drivers to actually do their best lap on a tyre that, you know, is being used in this Grand Prix this weekend were Russell, Tsunoda, Ocon, and Alex Albon down in 13th position as well. But yeah, we've not had much representative running. I mean, I still have my own guesses as to who I think will have the pace this weekend, as I'll just cut onto these pictures that you'll be seeing during the Watchalong itself, beginning in a few minutes' time. And obviously you'll be seeing these pictures later for the qualifying Watchalong as well. But yeah, coming into this session, I would say that over a single lap, it's very hard to say who is quicker or going to be quicker over or between Ferrari and Red Bull. I think, you know, from a Ferrari's perspective, the track layout does suit them quite well, and we know Ferrari do have quite a lot of downforce, and you do have to have quite a bit of downforce to, you know, go well around this circuit. But Red Bull's car right now is handling very, very well, and because of the shorter lap time here than we have at, you know, other tracks, such as the track we were at last weekend, the Circuit of Americas in Austin, Texas. Yeah, with the shorter lap, it's going to be the gaps closer than it would be normally. So even if Ferrari do get pole, it is going to be just about from Red Bull. But yeah, it's hard to say exactly who is going to have the best car in qualifying trim. Mercedes, I still think, will have the third best car. And then after that, yeah, McLaren, I'm expecting with Lando Norris to be the main, not contender, but, you know, the best of the rest driver / team, I guess you could say. And then, yeah, I think Aston Martin and Alpine will be battling it out for the rest of the top 10 positions. And as I said earlier, then you'll have the other teams pretty close to each other behind them, with maybe Williams an exception to that, because I think they'll probably be a bit further down. Saying that, I did say for the US Grand Prix last weekend that I thought Alex Albon and Williams would be pretty slow, or, you know, not that fast really, and Albon almost ended up scoring a point from the race last weekend. So there's definitely a chance that I could be wrong there, as obviously Alex Albon, who is, I believe, on screen, or is this Latifi? I think it might actually be Latifi. But yeah, Alex Albon has had a very good season, as I'm just looking at the TV broadcast, the Sky broadcast, as the drivers are making their way into the garage. I've got to say one thing, and if anyone's seen any, you know, clips from the Grand Prix weekend so far, and has been watching Sky F1, and there's also been clips and videos of it on social media as well, when the drivers are trying to, you know, go through the paddock or whatever, there is a lot of fans, you know, trying to get, you know, a selfie or a signature, whatever. I've got to say, a lot of them are being very disrespectful in the way they're doing it, being very hands-on with the drivers. And I've got to say, if I was a driver, I would literally be telling those fans to go fuck themselves, you know, for basically harassing Leclerc on his way to the garage. I know not everyone is like that. There are some of them there that are, they're not acting in a bad way at all. But yeah, I just don't like seeing the drivers being harassed quite like that. And there was even a clip from I think a couple days ago that only came out, I think, today, of Carlos Sainz doing his track walk, but he was, running, trying to get some exercise in. And again, loads of fans harassing him for a selfie and a signature and that. Yeah, just a bit excessive, I guess you could say. But the F1 intro is now playing. And yeah, the session will be underway in about, 4 minutes from now. What I do want to say quickly, though, is if, guys, you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Because, of course, we do Practice 3, qualifying and race watch-alongs for F3 Grand Prix in 2022. And, of course, I'll be live for quite a while today, doing this session, watch-along for this session, a build-up to qualifying for a couple hours, and then I'll be doing a qualifying watch-along as well. But tomorrow, I will be live at 6 p.m. UK time. That's 2 hours before the race starts for the race preview. Then at 7:30 p.m. UK time, it'll be the race watch-along until 10 p.m. The race starts tomorrow, remember, at 8 p.m. UK time. And then for about an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of the Mexico City Grand Prix. And please do remember that in the UK, the clocks go back 1 hour at 2 a.m., which is in a few hours' time. So, yeah, please do remember that. And, if I do make a mistake and accidentally schedule my stream too early or too late, then I will make sure to, readjust the time. And, if you are confused about what time exactly I'm going to be going live tomorrow, just make sure to, say around 4 or 5 p.m. UK time, to come to my channel, check out, the time that I'm going to be streaming from. And then, you'll know that 2 hours later the race will start, because obviously I go live normally 2 hours before the race gets underway. As just quickly telling you guys the conditions at in Mexico City. The air temperature 19 degrees Celsius, which is not as warm as it was yesterday. This time yesterday, it was 24 degrees Celsius. Now it's 19 degrees Celsius. So that will actually help the tyres today in terms of them being able to, keep the tyre life going through their laps. And yeah, looks actually the skies look to be clearer today than it was yesterday, and good to see so many fans at the circuit. But yeah, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe right there. And as well, for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash a like button to help the channel grow. And to keep up with the content on my channel, make sure to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. Make sure to follow me on Twitter there. But now, I will get on to the session. And let me just get my graphics all ready for you guys. Obviously, practice 3, a 1 hour long session. And let me just delete a couple things. Right. So, and I'll just quickly readjust this picture a bit or slightly. Or no, I'll probably have to just leave it like that. But yeah, practice 3, as we know, an hour long session. And I will sync up the timer for the session at the 59-minute mark. Also, please do bear with me a bit because I do have a bit of a cold. I'm sure it'll clear. I think I sneezed a couple of times before I started, so yeah, that's what's created that. But yeah, I'm sure it'll get better, so I may have to occasionally, just wipe my nose here or there. As, yeah, the session should be getting underway in a few seconds from now. And hello, by the way, to everyone in the chat. One thing I forgot to say, which I normally say at the intro of my videos and streams, is, again, I hope everyone's doing well. And no matter what time it is in your part of the world or where you're from, I hope everyone's having as best a day as possible, given whatever circumstances you're all going through. And yeah, hopefully you'll join me for, this practice 3 watch along, and then the build up to qualifying, and the qualifying watch along later as well. As I think, the session has now started, but we haven't got any cars on track. It looks like a lot of the drivers are not even in their cars yet. And a lot of the drivers not even got their helmets on. So, yeah, this isn't going to be the quickest start to practice 3. There's Alex Albon in the Williams pits with his now blonde hair. And the GOAT, Nicholas Latifi, on screen as well. And I think the 2 Williams drivers are just waiting for their cars to be finally prepared for the session. That's Max Verstappen having a chat with Helmut Marko in the Red Bull garage. And there you go. 59 minutes to go in practice 3. And thanks, Brooke, for pointing that out, because I forgot to mention that. The tyres on offer this weekend, as we have actually got a car on the track, Valtteri Bottas, on the medium compound tyre. The tyres this weekend, it is the C4, C3 and C2. So we should probably get, on Sunday, I would say, a 2-stop strategy for most drivers at the very least. As Bottas begins his first flying lap of the day. His pace yesterday wasn't too bad, was in the top 10 in practice 1. And obviously Alfa Romeo were actually decently quick last weekend in Austin. Bottas, finished in the top 10 in qualifying, and he was running in the top 10 in the race before his pathetic spin. So, yeah, Alfa Romeo going a tad better at the moment than they have done. And they are desperately searching for a points finish before the end of the season to try and keep Aston Martin at bay, because Aston Martin are right behind them in the championship and trying to get 6th place, as Bottas is just now completing the middle sector. Obviously, purple sectors for him because he hasn't, or he is the first driver to do a lap in this session. And he will go quickest, Bottas, on a 1:21 something. Let's see. 1:21.4. The quickest lap time we've had this weekend was George Russell yesterday in practice 2. Obviously ended up quickest. He did a 1:19.9 on the soft tyres. My prediction for pole position, in terms of the pole position time, is somewhere between a 1 minute 16.5 and like a 1:17.2. So in this session, at the quickest, I think we'll probably be seeing a 1 low to mid 1:19, maybe a late 1:18. We'll have to say. But Bottas did that lap on the medium tyre, as an Aston Martin there of Lance Stroll coming back into the pits, as Sebastian Vettel and Lewis Hamilton are currently on an outlap. And yes, Stroll just coming back into the garage after just an installation lap there. But Bottas on the medium, a 1:21.4. And if he was on the soft compound tyre, I think he probably would have gone about 0.7 of a second quicker. So, yeah, pretty decent pace to start with from Bottas. Because, sorry, I think his quickest time from yesterday was probably a 1:22 something. So, definite increase in pace. Here is Lewis Hamilton on the soft compound tyres. Will he go around and start a lap, or will he come into the pits? No. Thankfully, he is going to do a lap. He was 5th in practice 1, 4th in practice 2. And on board, the Mercedes in the middle sector and in certain parts of the track actually didn't look too bad. Let's see how it looks today. Well, he understeered massively at turn 1. Not a great start. As we've got Leclerc in the Ferrari and Mick Schumacher in the Haas on an outlap as well. Just wanted to check, though, on Twitter to see if there's any news in regards to Charles Leclerc, because obviously he went in very heavily into the barriers, rear end first, and I just want to see if maybe he's had a gearbox change, or maybe has he got a penalty for that. And no, can't see anything. So it appears Leclerc has got away with it. Turbo asks, is the front wing update making a difference on the Merc? We don't know yet. As Valtteri Bottas goes even quicker and is now quickest on a 1:21.0. As we now look at the Alpine of Fernando Alonso, ready for a driver to get in. And Alonso is about to get in the Alpine. Alpine normally in practice sessions do tend to wait a bit longer than others to get out on the track. As Lewis Hamilton goes second, but 12... Is he 12 seconds slower? No, 13 seconds slower is Lewis Hamilton, so clearly backing off on that lap. As Charles Leclerc now on the soft tyres begins his first flying lap of the day, and Leclerc definitely one of the main contenders for pole position today. Let's just hope he doesn't put it in the wall this time. Nice run through turn 1, 2, and 3. And yeah, Ferrari's quickest time from yesterday was a 1:20.7. And he's already half a second quicker than Bottas in the first sector. So, on that compound, I'm expecting Ferrari probably to dip straight away into the 1:19s, to be honest. As Carlos Sainz has started a flying lap as well. Oh, Leclerc's car moving around a lot where he crashed yesterday in turn 8. Very lucky he kept a hold of it, because that could have gone in the barriers again. Leclerc on the ragged edge, as he's about 3.5 tenths quicker than Bottas after the first 2 sectors. And Carlos Sainz has backed off on his lap for some reason, even though he did a purple first sector, as Lewis Hamilton goes quickest on a 1:20.5. On the soft tyres, Charles Leclerc comes to the line and goes 0.02 of a second quicker than Hamilton on a 1:20.4. But Leclerc could have gone a lot quicker with that lap, because he had a very scruffy middle sector. Was quite a bit slower than Hamilton in the first sector, and in the middle sector was actually quicker despite that very leery moment he had. And here's a replay of it. And into turn 7, loses the rear end, I think just applying the throttle a bit too aggressively, and then had to correct the car again because I think he got a bit too straddled on the curb going into turn 8. So, yeah, ragged there from Leclerc. And we've got a couple other times on the board. Mick Schumacher is up to 4th. Sergio Perez is currently on an outlap, I believe. Yeah, he is. And George Russell is now as well. So, Mick Schumacher up to P4. Daniel Ricciardo is in 5th place. And then you've got Magnussen in 6th and Carlos Sainz in 7th. Carlos, though, is on another flying lap attempt. So we will see what he manages as Sergio Perez starts his first timed run of the day. And is Perez a contender for pole position? Hasn't outqualified Max Verstappen that many times this season. The times he has outqualified Max, he's actually gone on to get, most of the time, an amazing result out of the race. Obviously, it's 2 wins in Monaco and Singapore. He outqualified Max. And was truly superb in those weekends. Maybe he'll produce more of the same here in his home Grand Prix. As Carlos Sainz now goes quickest on a 1:19.8, which is what I was expecting from Ferrari for the first run. As Perez a third of a second slower than Sainz after the first 2 sectors. And now coming around to complete the lap, and Sergio Perez will probably slot into second place. Comes to the line, and yeah, he goes second, and he's 3.5 tenths slower than Sainz was. So a good first proper lap time there for Carlos. As we've got another time on the board of Zhou Guanyu up to P8. Let me just update that quick. There you go. We've now got George Russell on a flying lap, and Lando Norris has just begun a flying lap as well. As Charles Leclerc improves his lap time by 4.5 tenths, but is still second, or goes second actually, and is only 2 tenths of a second slower than Sainz, as Mick Schumacher improves his time, but stays in 6th. George Russell, though, has done a purple middle sector, where I think the Mercedes is very good through that sector. 1/10 of a second quicker than Sainz in that middle sector. How does he do in the final sector, though? Comes to the line, and Russell goes massively quicker. 0.5 seconds quicker than Carlos Sainz onto a 1:19.4. That's a very impressive first lap time of the day from Russell. And yeah, that final sector was incredible. That's normally a sector where I'd expect Mercedes to be not as competitive. As Lando Norris is just about to complete a lap. I think he's going to go up to 6th place with this lap. Not the greatest first lap for him. And no, actually goes 8th, does Lando. So Lando Norris is in 8th place. And Lewis Hamilton was on a flying lap, and then he went deep at turn 12. He's come back on the track, and he's, by the looks of it, going to complete this lap, but I'm not sure he'll keep his lap time if it is determined that he gained from doing that. And he did improve his lap time, but he did not do a personal best final sector, so yeah, Hamilton stays in 5th. And here's a replay on board from Hamilton. And just went in too quick. Locked his inside front as well. Just carried too much speed in. That corner of turn 12, right after the middle sector time beam, is very hard to get right. We see many drivers going wide there. As Zhou goes up to 9th. And now we're looking at Esteban Ocon on the medium compound tyre, who looks as though he's going to do a lap in a second. Important to note, though, that with Lando Norris, who just completed a lap, and it wasn't too great of a first lap, it is important to note that Norris's lap was on the medium tyre. If he had done it on the soft, he probably would have gone ahead of Hamilton and up into 5th place. So, yeah, it's actually not too bad of a lap so far there from Lando, but I'm sure Lewis Hamilton can go a lot quicker, as Hamilton is 1 second slower so far than his teammate George Russell in this session. Oh, we've got a spin there for Mick Schumacher, I believe it is. In Sector 2, where is that? That is at the end of the S's section. That's exactly where Max Verstappen spun. So that's at turn 11. Thankfully, though, did not meet the barriers. Looks as though he's flat spotted his tyres, though, so he'll have to come back into the pits. And where he lost it even before he tried to turn into turn 11. So let's have a look. And maybe clumped the curb too hard. I couldn't quite see from that camera angle. But, yeah. Here we go. Here's the onboard. And yeah, he clumped the curb at a bit of a slightly awkward angle, but I'm not sure it was necessarily that. I think he maybe just a bit too trigger happy there on the throttle pedal, which caused that. Thankfully for Haas, it didn't end up in a monumental accident, because we know Mick Schumacher has cost the team quite a bit of money in 2022. As looks as though Carlos Sainz is going to do a new flying lap in a moment. As George Russell already back in the Mercedes garage with... is he in the car? Yes, he is in the car. He's just got screens in front of him. Couldn't quite see him there. Sergio Perez now goes second on a 1:19.8, just ahead by a couple hundredths of a second. Just ahead of Carlos Sainz, but still nowhere near the back of George Russell. As here's a replay of Zhou Guanyu into turn 12, getting blocked a bit there, quite a bit, by the Haas of, I think, Mick Schumacher. Zhou went through turn 12, then came, properly into the stadium section, and Mick was just loitering, I think, on the exit, sorry, not on the apex of the corner, as we're looking at Charles Leclerc, I think this is. Yes, it is. Is he about to complete a flying lap? Yes, he does, and he improves by a tenth of a second, but he stays in 4th place. And here is now Lando Norris, who is still on the medium tyre. Not sure if he's on a proper flying lap or not. We can't see any sector time data from him right now. As Esteban Ocon, I can update, is now up to 9th position, as Lando Norris now goes up to 6th place on the medium. That's a pretty good lap on that tyre. The C3/medium compound tyre for this weekend. Over a single lap, it should be around this track, given the shorter track length. It should be about a 7/10 of a second difference, at least, between the two compounds. Is I think, was that Sainz there getting angry with an Alfa Romeo of Bottas? It was, yeah, I think it was Carlos Sainz there. Bottas just wasn't moving out of the way on the entry to turn 7, annoyingly. That's a replay of Stroll going slightly off track on the exit of turn 12. And Stroll has just gone 13th, but I think is on another flying lap on the medium compound tyre. And now we've got Vettel up to 14th. Latifi in 15th. So we're just waiting on Verstappen, Gasly, Tsunoda, Albon and Alonso for the first lap times for those drivers. Tsunoda, Gasly and Albon are on an outlap at the moment. Max and Fernando are still in the pits, as George Russell is on an outlap for Mercedes, as Carlos Sainz is now being wheeled back into the garage. And a Red Bull there, I think possibly, yeah. Was it Max Verstappen? I think possibly coming out of the pits now. Yep, it was. So Max Verstappen now enters the fray. 20 minutes into this session. It is one thing to note that Max Verstappen does tend on a Friday, on a Saturday practice 3 session. He does tend to wait a bit before he comes out and does some running a lot of the time. But one thing I've noticed with Max Verstappen, something that Michael Schumacher had back in his day, is Max is able to set an unbelievably quick lap time straight away out of the box, first lap of the day, just like Michael Schumacher was able to. If you're wondering, how do I know that Michael Schumacher was good at that? It's because, there's been teammates of his that have mentioned that. Martin Brundle, I think, as talked about it before, where they would do an entire test day at Estoril, which is in Portugal. They used to race around there back in the 80s and the 90s. And Martin would say that Michael would set the fastest lap of the day, normally on his second or third lap, out of like an 8-9 hour day. And also, there has been a couple times when Michael Schumacher, in his career, grabbed pole position with one of his first laps of qualifying back when there was no, Q1, Q2, Q3. F1 basically just had 12 laps in a session, and it was just an hour-long session, and whoever went quickest, and, so on and so forth. And, there was a lap in Hungary in the year 2000 where Michael Schumacher, on his first flying lap, with about, 30 minutes to go, did the pole position lap. And Max Verstappen does have that same quality as Yuki Tsunoda. Just a replay of him drifting on the exit of turn 3, as he is on the medium compound tyre. And Turbo in the chat saying Senna could do the same. And Turbo also saying back in the late 80s, they only had Q1 and Q2. They didn't have Q1 and Q2 like, we know today. What they had was, pre-qualifying. Firstly, that would be, the first, I think, technically, you could say, qualifying session of the weekend. Pre-qualifying was for the slowest teams in Formula 1 to try and qualify onto the grid for qualifying, as Max Verstappen goes quickest by 1/10 of a second with his first lap of the day. And then they would have the first part of qualifying on a Friday, and then the second part of qualifying would be on a Saturday. So they did kind of have that system back then, but it was just a lot longer than, than what we have now in determining, obviously, the grid. To be honest, though, if Liberty Media wanted action on a Friday as well as just the Saturday and the Sunday, they could just go back to that qualifying system we had of, an hour's qualifying on a Friday and then an hour's qualifying on a Saturday, and then the best lap times for each driver over those 2 days is, the lap time they did, and then that settles the grid. That'd be a good way of having action on a Friday. But, I don't think we'll ever see that again. And to be honest, the qualifying system we do have is absolutely fine. As Alex Albon has gone up to 8th on the soft compound tyre, and Sky F1 have now gone to an ad break. And let me just quickly check Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you guys whilst we wait for them to come back from the ad break. Apparently, Charles Leclerc asking for 3 clicks for the front wing adjustments. They're clearly unhappy with the balance of the car. Let's see if there's anything else I can bring you guys. Daniel Ricciardo, 45 minutes ago, has shut down speculation that he's hoping for a 2024 Mercedes seat. I think, if, it is possible that he could get that, he's definitely going to put himself up for that. But I think he knows realistically that's not possible. Because even if Lewis Hamilton retires at the end of next season, I think Mercedes would probably look at other drivers who are currently performing better, such as, Esteban Ocon, who, of course, has been part of the Mercedes Academy before, and we know Toto Wolff likes him. Maybe if Nick De Vries does well for AlphaTauri next year, maybe they'll throw De Vries in for as a temporary option until they go for a bigger, better driver. So, yeah, I think Ricciardo knows that is unlikely to happen. And let's see if there's anything else. No, I think that's it at the moment. But, yeah, Daniel Ricciardo, I'd be surprised at this point if he gets back into F1, unless, a seat magically becomes available for 2024 that we did not think would become available. But, we will see. You never know what can happen in Formula 1. I mean, to be honest, I thought when Fernando Alonso retired left F1 at the end of 2018, I thought Alonso was done. I thought that I never thought we'd see him again. But now, he's come back, which is great to see. Had a good or decent year last year. He's had a very good year this year, and obviously signed up for 2 years at Aston Martin. So you never know what can happen in F1. It can change around very, very quickly. Because again, at the end of 2018, I think everyone assumed Alonso, we'd never see him again. The chances were we'd never see him again. But then suddenly, a year and a half later, he was announced that he'd be driving for the Renault/Alpine team for 2021. So you never know, again, what could happen. But we have to remember, though, saying that, and, comparing Alonso and Ricciardo there, that Alonso was performing a lot better than Ricciardo was when Alonso left in 2018. As they've now come back from the ad break, and Alex Albon is now up to 7th with another flying lap. So your top 10 is currently Verstappen, Russell, Perez, Sainz, Leclerc, Hamilton, Albon, Norris, Bottas, Schumacher, as Pierre Gasly locks up into turn 1 and goes straight over the grass like Max Verstappen did in 2016. Actually locked up both front tyres. So, yeah, probably those tyres not fired up as much as they should be. And then a big lockup, an outside front lockup for Verstappen at turn 4, which caused him to go a bit wider than he would have wanted. And Max Verstappen, of course, later in qualifying, looking for his first ever pole position in Mexico. Even though he's dominated this race in the last few years, he's never started this race on pole. He was, second in 2017, second in 2018, fourth in 2019. And last year when he won, he was third on the grid, but then produced the perfect start to end up winning that race, as Alonso, with his first time of the day, goes up to 8th. And then Tsunoda is now in 9th place, with Lando Norris in 10th. So, yeah, Verstappen, Russell, Perez, Sainz, Leclerc, Hamilton, Albon, Alonso, Tsunoda, Norris, your top 10, as we're now halfway through practice 3. As Lewis Hamilton just improved his personal best lap time. Stays in 6th, but he's now only 7/10 of a second away from Max Verstappen. As Russell in the Mercedes comes back into the pits. And outside of the top 10, it's Bottas in 11th, Schumacher 12th, as Max Verstappen has just done a purple first sector. Vettel is 13th in the Aston Martin, with Ocon 14th, and Lance Stroll is 15th. And let's see what Max Verstappen has done for the middle sector. It is good, but nothing special. He actually did not go quicker in the middle sector than he did previously, but he is still 1/10 of a second up on his personal best so far. He's currently quickest on a 1:19.2. What can he improve to? As he comes to the line, And he improves by almost 0.2 of a second. And he's now quickest on a 119.118. And yeah, towards the rear of the field, you've got Vettel 13th, Ocon 14th. Latifi is 15th, as here's a replay of Verstappen getting a nice slipstream helping from Perez down the pit straight. So clearly that was synchronized. Will they do that in qualifying later? Not quite sure they will. Because I don't see them, needing that tactic desperately to try and get onto pole. But yes, Latifi 15th, Stroll 16th, Gasly is 17th, with Zhou 18th, Ricciardo 19th, and Kevin Magnussen is last. Magnussen's done his best lap time on the soft tyre as well, which is quite embarrassing. Maybe made a mistake or something, not quite sure. By the way, hello to James Swinnerton, good to see you, and yeah, it's going well. Lab Gorilla asks how Ferrari could do with, or says in general, how Ferrari could do with Brawn again. The incompetence has infiltrated every part of the Scuderia. The thing is, though, Ross Brawn, very unique person. He was uniquely great in his own way. But the thing is, let's not pretend like people as great or nearly as great as Ross Brawn aren't available these days. It's not like there's a shortage of great engineers out there. So, yeah. Ferrari, I'm sure if they actually tried, could try to find, some top engineers that would help move their team forward. But this is Ferrari we are talking about. As Charles Leclerc appears to be doing a long run, because he's not got DRS open down the main pit straight, as Alex Albon locks his inside front into turn 4 and then takes to the escape road and re-enters on the exit of turn 5. And we're now looking at Carlos Sainz, who is he's on an outlap. And he's about to begin a flying lap on soft tyres, but I'm not sure if this is going to be a flying lap, because his tyres have already done 8 laps. We'll see. I think, has he got the DRS open? I can't tell from this visor cam angle that they've got on the broadcast. And no, I can't tell. We'll see what his first sector time is like. And he comes up to it now. No, he's on a heavy fueled run. No doubt about it. 1.5 seconds slower than Verstappen in the first sector. I just want to say that, again, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. And don't forget to smash the like button as well. Everyone watching, don't forget to do that. And again, tomorrow I'll be live at 6 PM UK time, 2 hours before the race for the race preview. Then at 7:30 PM UK time, it'll be the race watch-along until 10 PM. The race, again, starts at 8 PM UK time. I don't know yet if I am going to be joined by my co-commentator Niblo. I'll probably find out in the next 10 to 12 hours or so. And then, yeah, for an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to the Grand Prix as well. So make sure to join me for that tomorrow. As Mick Schumacher is up to 8th. Which is not too bad. But we have got a lot of midfield runners having done their best laps so far on the medium. So, yeah. We can definitely see a lot of improvement still with 26.5 minutes to go. As Pierre Gasly is up to 16th. And the rest of the field is as it is on the screen. As Laurent Marquis there on the pit wall. We haven't seen any sign of the infamous Bonotto, obviously the team principal of Ferrari, in the last week or so. I think he fell ill in Austin for, was it food poisoning, I think I was hearing? And I don't think he's travelled for this race, or he may have, but he's just not on the pit wall at the minute. So I think Laurent Marquis is taking over that duty. Marquis obviously did work for the FIA I think 4 or 5 years ago. As Alonso just exiting turn 3. And yeah, Alonso just doing a longer run for Alpine. And actually looks like he's slowed down quite a bit. As he... No, I think actually they just... as he drifts nicely there on the exit of turn 5. Looks as though the timing on the screen just fucked up slightly there, because we didn't get to see what his first sector was like compared to Verstappen. But yeah, just a lull in the action for now. But I'm sure probably starting at most in about 10 minutes time, we will start to see some quicker times. And I did say I thought in practice 3 we would see the quickest drivers doing a low 19, possibly a late 1 minute 18 or a high 1 minute 18. And yeah, I would not be surprised if Max Verstappen or George Russell or whoever ended up quickest ended up doing a 118.8 or something like that. As Schumacher just bouncing his way through the curbs. Obviously, his father did race here back in 1992. That's the only time Michael Schumacher raced in Mexico, as Mick had a big moment on the rear end through the S's on the exit of turn 9, I think that was. And yeah, Michael Schumacher in that 1992 Mexican Grand Prix finished in 3rd place, I believe. Let me just have a quick look. And I think he might have qualified in 3rd as well. Obviously, the track back then was a lot bumpier, a lot dirtier, and a lot better as well than this track. And yeah, Michael Schumacher, 92 Mexican Grand Prix, qualified 3rd and finished 3rd as well. As oh no, I was gonna say I thought Sergio Perez had just gone out on track on wet tires, but I just noticed that he just came into the box and they just did a practice pit stop, but they put the wet tires on because obviously they're not going to send him out on track. They're just doing the practice pit stop. As George Russell does a purple first sector, Lewis Hamilton goes quicker than Verstappen in the first sector as well. So Mercedes starting to turn it up, and you got to say Mercedes' pace over a single lap looks a lot better than expected. Russell at the moment only 1/3 of a second slower than Max Verstappen. Let's see what he does though on this lap. Got a bit of a slipstream from Mick Schumacher ahead, who thankfully gets out of his way, and what an improvement this is so far. George Russell 4.5 tenths quicker than Verstappen after the first 2 sectors, and Hamilton even quicker. Hamilton a 10th up on Russell. This is going to be some very quick lap times for Mercedes here as Russell comes to the line and goes quickest on a 1:18.3. What a lap that is, as Lewis Hamilton loses quite a bit of time to Russell in the final sector of about 1/4 of a second and goes into 2nd place on a 1:18.5. But Mercedes have thrown down a marker there, because now Verstappen 7 tenths of a second slower. Perez in 4th, 1.5 seconds slower. Obviously, Ferrari and Red Bull can go quicker. The track in a lot better condition now than it was earlier. But yeah, they have thrown down the gauntlet, have Mercedes, because that's a bit quicker than I was expecting in this session. Great lap there by Russell, 1:18.399. Let me know in the chat, guys. Do you think Mercedes can get pole position today? From what I've seen so far, it's not totally out of the question. I'm not going to say, that it's definitely going to happen, as there's quite a bit of brake dust there coming out of the front brakes there of Russell as he braked for turn 1. They're just showing a replay of that. But yeah, it's possible. Not sure how percentage-wise how possible it is, but yeah. Let me know in the chat what you think. And we hopefully will see Verstappen, Perez, Sainz and Leclerc go for some flying laps in the next, or the final 20.5 minutes as Sky F1 go to a final ad break. Hopefully, when they come back from it, we will get into some proper flying laps. So yeah, let me know in the chat, guys. Do you think Mercedes can get pole position? Dylan Forrestal, good to see you, mate, says a Mr. Saturday performance from George would definitely get home pole. Yeah, we know that obviously Russell, that's why he has the nickname of Mr. Saturday, because we know on a Saturday he can be truly amazing. We've seen that many times for Williams. We've seen it many times for Mercedes even just this season. Obviously, the only pole position Mercedes have had this season was for Russell in Hungary, where he produced an amazing lap to get pole position there. So, yeah. We'll see later, obviously, if that is possible for him. Just trying to have a look on Twitter to see if there's any news quickly. And can't see that there's any at the moment. James Swinnerton says, I hope Lewis will win. Paul James Squibb says, did you see the Checo interview where he said he's helped Max win races and Max should help him win Mexico if he can? The presenters were split on if they thought Max would let Checo through to win. I mean, has Perez helped Max win races this year? Yes, to a certain extent, but I wouldn't say he has massively helped Max to win. A load of races this year. I mean, yeah, there are certain races you can look at where Perez has made life easier for Max. Obviously, in Spain, he moved over twice for Max Verstappen, so yeah, he can thank Max a lot there. Max can thank Perez a lot there for allowing him to win the race. Because if Perez had not let Max through, I think there's a very good chance that Sergio Perez would have won that race. As long as Perez, kept ahead on track. But the difference in lap time between the two cars was pretty, sizable. It's a second and a half per lap, so probably would have been a 50-50 between Perez and Max, but I think Perez would have had a decent chance at winning for sure. Baku, Perez obviously let Max go into turn one. Even if Perez did not, or decided to fight against Verstappen, Verstappen would have passed him anyway because he was way too quick compared to Perez at that part of the race. And then, yeah, other than that, I don't really see where Perez has, won a race or massively helped Max towards winning a race this season. So, yeah. And in terms of, should Max let Perez through to win? I don't think that will happen. But I don't think it should happen either. Because it would be a lot better if Sergio Perez legitimately on merit won the race rather than Max letting him through to win on the final corner or something. That would be, it wouldn't feel as good for Perez, wouldn't feel as good for us, the F1 fans, So, yeah, I think Max, if he's out in front, he should stay out in front. And I think he will, to be honest. As Lando Norris, I can tell you, has improved and has done a flying lap now on soft tyres. And Lando is now up to 4th place, 9/10 of a second slower than the two Mercedes. And then we've got any other changes to the running order? No, I don't think we have. But George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, and Max Verstappen are all on outlaps currently. Perez, Sainz, Leclerc are still in the pits. So let's see what Max Verstappen has. And he now begins another flying lap on the soft compound tyre. He is 7/10 of a second currently, slower than Russell. Can he claw that back and get back into P1 as he comes into turn one now? Nice run through turn 1. Aggressively uses the curb at turn 2 and gets a good exit from turn 3. And let's see what his first sector time is looking like. And he is 0.03 of a second slower than Russell in the first sector and runs slightly wide at turn 4 and then backs off. So Max will go for another lap in a couple minutes. He's going to do another warm-up lap. Is Verstappen. But it will be hard for Max to claw all that time back. Because again, it's a very good lap time there by Mercedes. I don't think even they expected to go that quick with their times so far, with 15 minutes to go in practice 3. As Alex Albon we're now looking at, who's on a better lap on the soft tyres. Valtteri Bottas also on a better lap. And Albon only 6.5 tenths slower than Russell after the first 2 sectors. So Albon probably will go up to, 6th, 7th place with this lap? Maybe up to 5th. But he should improve on his position as Albon exits the final corner and comes to the line and goes, P7 for Williams. Obviously in the slow corners in the final sector, the Williams losing quite a bit of time as Valtteri Bottas now goes 5th for Alfa Romeo on a 1:19.3. Daniel Ricciardo, I hope it's not on a flying lap because he looks to be visually travelling quite slowly, and no, I think he might just be doing an extra warm-up lap in the McLaren. As his teammate Lando Norris has come back into the pits. We'll probably come back out again to do another quick run on the softs before obviously qualifying. And qualifying beginning in, 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. As Ricciardo begins a proper flying lap this time. Currently down in 19th place. I'm sure, though, this will be quite an improvement from Ricciardo, the man who started on pole here in 2018. And, some smoke coming from the rear of his car. And is it still coming out of the rear of his car? No, don't think so. Must have been, I don't know, maybe the floor of his car running against the ground through the exit of turn 1, but that didn't look good. He's done a good first sector, though. Only a couple tenths of a second slower than George Russell. And really, with Lando Norris in 4th and 9 tenths off Russell, Ricciardo should be going up really to, I would say, 6th place with this lap. Before, obviously, Perez, Sainz, Leclerc improve, because Perez is on an outlap now. And Ricciardo completed the middle sector. And he runs wide. Does Ricciardo at turn 12. A disaster there. And slightly skittish, through the final corner as well. Not a great end to the lap. And Ricciardo only goes up to P10. So, that's a disappointing lap. Really, Ricciardo should have gone up to 6th place with that lap. And they're just showing a replay of the smoke coming out the back of his car. Maybe it's an overfill on the oil, who knows? But turn 12 just went too fast into the entry of the corner and had to run wide. As Max Verstappen is is about to complete a flying lap. He's not done a great first sector. He's improved his middle and final sector, but he's only gone a quarter of a second quicker, but stays in 3rd, almost half a second slower than George Russell at the front. So not great there at all for Verstappen. As Zhou is up to 10th for Alfa Romeo. Here comes Sergio Perez, about to complete a flying lap. And Perez stays in 6th place. He only improves by 0.4 of a second. And with 10 minutes to go, it's looking pretty tough for anyone else to beat the times of the Mercedes drivers, which is something we have not said really at all this season. And that's why Perez had a poor final sector, locked up into turn 13 and ran quite a bit wide and probably lost, because obviously that would compromise the entry to turn 14, cost him probably about half a second. So Perez probably would have gone up to 4th place had it not been for that. Lance Stroll goes 14th for Aston Martin, which is a bit disappointing because he is on the soft tyres now with that run. I would have expected a bit more pace than that. He's half a second slower than Ricciardo, and Ricciardo had a bad end to his lap as Pierre Gasly, now in 19th place, begins a flying lap. As Lewis Hamilton, I think, is on a lap currently. Might be on a lap, I'm not sure. As Gasly now completes the first sector, and he's half a second down after the first sector. Not a great first sector there, and loses the rear end quite a bit. And I think the reason he did is because he was distracted by the Aston Martin there of Lance Stroll, I believe it was, who was on the entry, or kind of parked on the entry to turn 5. I think Lewis Hamilton just going through there on a quick lap. I'm not seeing any data, though, for Lewis Hamilton's lap, so I can't tell you if he's going any quicker. As Yuki Tsunoda improves up to 7th place. A good lap by Tsunoda, who is driving pretty well at the minute. He's got good pace right now as Tsunoda, but just isn't consistently getting it done on the race day. But his pace is definitely a lot better than it was earlier in the season. As Kevin Magnussen is just coming around the final corner now to begin his first proper run, we hope, of the session, because he's currently last and 3.6 seconds slower than George Russell, which would be a surprise if he ended up there. Just trying to make sure my order on screen is correct, and it isn't, because Latifi actually is in 16th place. But other than that, the order on the screen is correct. Your top 10 with 8 minutes to go: Russell, Hamilton, Verstappen, Norris, Bottas, Perez, Tsunoda, Sainz, Albon, and Leclerc. We are waiting on the 2 Ferraris because I think we might see a bit more from them. And I think they might be able to get near the Mercedes at the end of this session if they do go out again on soft tyres, because when Sainz and Leclerc did their best laps, it was about, 30 to 35 minutes ago. So I'm sure they can do better than, 1.5 seconds off the pace in 8th and 10th. And yep, Charles Leclerc is now on an out lap. So hopefully we'll see something better. But at the minute, I've got to be honest, it's looking very good if you're a Mercedes fan. I'm not going to say that it's an absolute, guarantee that pole position will be had. But it does look as though Mercedes are absolutely, as Kevin Magnussen goes 18th, so very slow there from Magnussen. It does look as though, and obviously Magnussen, just to remind you guys, has a 5-place penalty for this weekend for a new ICE. It does look as though Mercedes are absolutely in the fight for pole position later. They've definitely got the car. And we know they've got 2 very good drivers in, for a single lap. Paul James Squibb, so a Merc Fast or a Red Bull sandbagging? What is the purpose of sandbagging? Is it just some kind of mind games thing? Sandbagging, I mean, you can use it to play mind games, but most of the time, the reason the teams do it is because, it's, in practice sessions or in pre-season testing, it's because they don't need to show what their actual pace is, and they don't need to take risks with the car in terms of, turning the engine up to the maximum that they, would do in qualifying. And plus, they have data to the teams I think GPS data that shows what their lap times and the lap times of other cars would be if everything was turned up to 11. So, yeah, they don't need to show their absolute strongest pace. As Sergio Perez, by the way, has just gone up to 4th place in the Red Bull. 4 tenths slower, though, or 3.5 tenths, sorry, slower than what do you call it? Than Max Verstappen, as Esteban Ocon is now up to 10th place. But normally, practice 3, you'll see the teams running at their, the closest fuel level and engine setting to what they'll be like in qualifying. So practice 3, I wouldn't say is the most representative necessarily, but yeah, you do get a good understanding of what the pace is looking like in practice 3 for some of the teams. But I'd have to say, so far in this session, unless Red Bull have got way more pace in hand, I think Mercedes are genuinely very, very quick here. So, looking good. And maybe, you never know, we might be proven this later. Maybe Mercedes actually have the quickest car here. It could very well be the case, as Charles Leclerc completes that flying lap I said he was going to do, and Carlos Sainz does now as well. But Leclerc only goes 4th and is 7 tenths of a second away from Russell. And Carlos Sainz goes 6th. And he is 9 tenths of a second away from Russell. As Leclerc did not have the smoothest run there through turn 12 or turn 13 necessarily. So Leclerc definitely could have improved. But I don't think he would have improved by enough necessarily to get anywhere near the 2 Mercedes. They're looking very good for the Silver Arrows with almost 3 minutes to go in this session. As Vettel says, that's shocking, man. And Engineer says, you're talking of brakes, I assume. And he says, well, the whole car, to be honest. Which is pretty blunt. And yeah, not looking good for Aston Martin, 14th and 18th. We expected them to be a lot quicker here. I think Aston Martin did, but Sebastian Vettel will attempt another flying lap before the checkered flag falls. And don't forget, guys, that once this session finishes, we'll be getting into the build-up to qualifying. And the main topic will, of course, be the Red Bull cost cap situation, where I'll go through the punishment they were given, and I'll get into, what you guys think about the whole situation and whether you think the penalty was fair or not. Sebastian Vettel has not improved his first sector and then locks up into turn 4. Doesn't run that much wider, though, really, than you would ideally want, so I'm not sure he actually lost time there. Let me just update actually on my screen that Stroll is 14th because I forgot to do that. So yeah, Lance Stroll up to 14th. Fernando Alonso now goes 13th. Yeah, Alpine as well, not looking very quick. 11th and 13th. I would have expected a lot more than that. Meanwhile, Lando Norris is within a second. Oh, Sebastian Vettel, a massive lock-up in turn 13. And yeah, those brakes are not performing well at all. He's locked up about 3 times on this lap alone, and he'll come back into the pits, surely. Or no, he'll go for another lap if he can. But, yeah, Lando Norris in the McLaren is looking very quick. And as predicted for me, I thought he would be the quickest out of the midfield drivers/runners, as there's smoke into the entry of turn 1. And there was a yellow flag in sector 1, so maybe someone going deep at the first corner. There's a replay of Vettel locking up in turn 4. And, yeah, not great handling there for Aston Martin. But we'll see what happens in qualifying. Obviously, in qualifying, they're not renowned this season for being very quick. We've had many qualifying sessions this season where Sebastian Vettel has ended up, and Lance Stroll ended up getting knocked out in Q1, which looks possible in a couple hours' time. As we enter the final minute, and just need to make sure my order is correct, and it is. We'll see if anyone completes a final lap, but I don't think anyone will. Actually, no, we have Pierre Gasly going up to 15th place. And, yeah, looks as though most people are on an out lap. Not sure if it's for a final flying lap or if it's just to come out and do a practice start on the grid. Charles Leclerc, though, is going full pelt down the pit straight and into turn 1. So this is quite possibly, yeah, it is, a final attempt from Leclerc at an improved lap in practice 3. Let's see what his first sector time's looking like. Through turn 1, 2, and 3, it looked a bit scruffy, I've got to be honest. And yeah, it's not improved his first sector time. Looked good, though, through turn 4 and 5. Hitting the apexes and grip looking pretty good through there. As the two cars there, the McLaren and Aston Martin, getting out of the way of Leclerc as he now heads into turn 7. And now through turn 10 and 11, the end of the S's section. What's his middle sector looking like? It's not an improvement, but we know how much time he lost in the final sector on his previous lap. And he's had a better run through turn 13 this time, so he might improve by a couple tenths here, at least. As Leclerc through the final corner he comes, and to the line. And no, he doesn't. He actually goes 4 tenths of a second slower than his personal best lap. As that is pretty much, guys, the session finished. So let me go through the final finishing order of practice 3 going into qualifying in a couple hours' time. George Russell ends up quickest for Mercedes, a tenth and a half quicker than Lewis Hamilton second, and almost half a second back in third place is Max Verstappen. Could Mercedes get pole for the second time this season and possibly a front row lockout? It looks to be maybe a possibility. Charles Leclerc is in 4th, 7 tenths of a second back. And then Perez 5th, Sainz in 6th, Norris 7th, Bottas 8th, Tsunoda 9th, and Alex Albon in P10. Great job there by Albon. And then the rest of the field, Ocon, Zhou, Alonso, Ricciardo, Gasly, Stroll, Schumacher, Latifi, Vettel, and Magnussen. So that, guys, is practice 3 over and done with. And what I will just quickly do is change the title of the stream to Qualifying Watchalong now. So just give me a second. And I'll, as well, quickly change around the graphics, because obviously we're now going to go into the build-up to qualifying. So let me just do all of that. And there you go. And get that back on screen. Readjust that. And let me just put this back on screen as well. And put until qualifying. Again, I won't put the timer on screen though. Just yet. Because I am going to, in a couple minutes, play a video that will lead us into a topic, the main topic that we're going to be talking about during this build up to qualifying. So yeah, I'm not going to get it on the screen right now. Probably will, say, an hour away from qualifying beginning. But one thing I am going to do quickly before, guys, we get into the build up here is I'm going to post the link for the stream out in a couple places, and then we'll get going with the build up here. So let me just quickly do that. Come join us here for build up to qualifying in Mexico. And I'll just quickly post it out on Twitter as well, as I normally do. And yeah, let me know in the chat, do you think Mercedes can possibly get pole position today? And do you think even a front row is possible Let me know in the chat. I'd be curious to see what you guys have to say. Come join us here for build up to qualifying at the Mexico GP, and I'll just quickly do a few hashtags and then we'll get cracking, guys. Just quickly do a few of those hashtags. Let me just do a couple more if I can. Let's get this done quick. And there you go. So, yeah, let me now post that out. And hopefully we get some more people joining the stream in the next, couple hours here. But, yeah, what we're going to be doing in this build-up to qualifying is talking about the big news story of the weekend so far, which is Red Bull being given a penalty for violating the cost cap restrictions. And we will get into, in a bit, the exact details of how much they overspent by and what the FIA took issue with. And I will just quickly get prepared to get that up on screen, the statement and the PDF as well that gets into the actual punishment itself that the FIA, brilliantly, I have to say, explained in a pretty clear fashion. Yeah, I'll get that ready on my end. But what I'm going to play firstly, guys, is I am going to play a video that I uploaded on Tuesday. And this video, what it will do is it will give you a bit of a background to, or a build up or a lead up to what happened yesterday when the punishment was finally announced for Red Bull from the FIA for breaking the cost cap. So I just want to emphasize very clearly, this video is an old video by, the news cycle. And yeah, this was uploaded on Tuesday before we knew what the punishment would be possibly for Red Bull by the FIA. So please do remember that when you watch this video. And if anyone is confused in the chat, make sure to remind them that this video was uploaded, or this video that I'm about to play on the stream was made and finished before the punishment for Red Bull was known. So make sure to remember that. It's about 15 minutes long. I did play it yesterday, and I'll play it again in just a second. And what I want you guys to do in the chat is, once I have finished going through this break video, where I'll, have a quick break, blow my nose, have a drink, and, once this video about, the situation with the cost cap at the US Grand Prix has played, I will then get into the FIA statement with the, them giving the penalty to Red Bull. And then I will go through the PDF like I did yesterday, which goes through officially what Red Bull did and the issues that the FIA had and the penalty exactly that Red Bull have been given. And whilst I go through that, guys, what I want you to do is post in the live chat, do you think Red Bull's penalty is fair? Do you think it's unfair? Do you think that the cost cap should be, the rules around it should be adjusted to make things fairer or better? Let me know what you think, and let me know also what you think of what I'm having to say as I go through the Red Bull punishment in a few minutes. But first, like I said, we'll go through the build-up to the punishment, which came out yesterday from the US Grand Prix, where a lot of the details I go through in this video, which I reported at the time as rumour, have now turned out to be a lot of them facts. So yeah, let's now get into that, and I'll leave you with this video, guys, 15 minutes long, and I'll see you guys on the other side of it. So, of course, the Red Bull cost cap saga is still ongoing, and there has been further updates to this whole situation. Let's now get into it after there was a few developments to this story at the US Grand Prix. Now, let's start with this firstly, and this came out on the Thursday of the US Grand Prix, and this was a tweet from Andrew Benson about how the FIA had made an offer to Red Bull for the terms of an accepted breach agreement for them breaching the cost cap. Details, as Andrew is saying with this tweet, as with all issues on this matter, are confidential for now. Now Red Bull have to decide whether to accept or go before a adjudication panel. Now, we'll get more so in a moment into what the punishment possibly is or could be that the FIA has offered to Red Bull in terms of this accepted breach agreement. What an accepted breach agreement is, basically, is the FIA notify Red Bull, look, this is the punishment that we are going to give you, and that, if Red Bull, accept that decision and go into that agreement, then I believe everything stays confidential, but the punishment will be known as to this whole, them breaching the cost cap. But if Red Bull decide to go to the adjudication panel, then things would become more public, and Red Bull, if they were still given a punishment by that panel, they would have to accept it at that point. But that came out on the Thursday, but we still didn't have any details, or, we weren't really any closer to certain details about, how much had they overspent by, what did it go on, what was the offer that the FIA made to Red Bull with this accepted breach agreement. Let's now get into some of that here. Now, firstly, I'm going to start off with this Autosport article, which for this video, I will have a link to this article in the description if you want to go and give it a read. It's a very good one from Autosport that they put out on Thursday evening, I believe. It was either Thursday or Friday evening. I think it might have been Thursday evening in the UK. And in this article where they talk about the whole Red Bull cost cap situation, they get into what they believe is, how much they overspent by, and they get into what they think it went on. So let me read some of this article. It says, the overall figure involved is believed to be around $1.8 million, which, it may say later on in that article, which puts the offence well within the minor breach limit of 5% over the cap, or just over $7 million. But $1.8 million is not minor. That is a lot of money to be going over by. And, if you did spend it purely on car development, you would gain a lot of lap time spending that amount of money. But it goes on to say, the team appears to have fallen foul of several areas of the FIA's financial regulations, which have been regularly updated by amendments that have not been published on its website or made public. Very important to remember that part of the article, because the FIA, as it goes into, further detail in this article, they've made amendments to their financial regulations, but they've not actually published it, I don't believe, on its website and, on the actual regulations on its website. So that is key to remember in going through this article, as it goes on to say, one is the allocation of the cost of catering at the factory and at the track. In addition, there are believed to be redundancy and sick pay issues related to key employees. A subject more directly involved to the cost of running the cars is the allocation of the value of unused spare parts. This is where things get a bit more interesting, as it goes on to say, they were passed to the Heritage Department at the end of the season for use on show cars and any testing of the 2021 model in 2022, which falls outside of the cap restrictions. And then it goes on to say in the bottom three lines, or, not three lines, but, more than that, just the bottom bit here, it's understood that the FIA issued a clarification in June this year, 3 months after teams submitted their documents about how such parts were to be considered by teams. I'll get more into that in a second. And then it goes on to say, finally, there is also a UK-specific tax issue, which is believed to be similar to a procedural breach involving Aston Martin. And then goes on to say, if Horner does speak on Friday, he's expected to give further details on the team's position in all areas. Now, when it says about how, when it gets into the cost of running the cars, is an allocation of value, of the value of unused spare parts. And then it goes on to say, it is understood that the FIA issued a clarification in June of 2022, this year, 3 months after the team submitted the financial documents, about how such parts were to be considered by teams. Basically, what that means is Red Bull, based on what the rules were in the late part of 2021, they believe, and it appears by the regulations, were doing the right thing in terms of unused spare parts, because you can see in this article it says they were passed to the heritage department at the end of the season for use on show cars and any testing of the 2021 model in 2022. And again, it says which falls outside the cap restrictions. So Red Bull, at the time of doing that, if that is indeed what they did, and I have to stress as well, this article, obviously the people writing this article, they will be a lot closer to the people who are in the know about this situation, so they're a lot closer to the truth than people like me. But, they don't know still for sure what is actually going on. So this is, the closest thing really we've got to the full facts of the situation. But if it is true that, Red Bull, had unused spare parts and they were passed to the heritage department for use on show cars and, any testing on the 2021 model, as it says there, and then the FIA, a few months later and 3 months after the teams have submitted their documents, issue a clarification, which is essentially a change in the regulations in this area, then I don't see what Red Bull really could have done about this. It's really the FIA's fault. The FIA should, stop issuing clarifications and should just be, very clear and black and white with, what is and isn't allowed. And if that is what has caused, and maybe the majority of why Red Bull have gone over the cap, then you can't really, if this is true as to why, or the reason why Red Bull have gone over the cap, you can't really blame Red Bull massively for this. This is more of an FIA issue, and I've got to say, the FIA, no surprise, have acted pretty poorly in this whole saga, which I'll get onto a bit more in a moment. But if that is true, this whole unused spare part thing, and the FIA issuing a clarification after it was too late, then I think the FIA is more at fault there than Red Bull, I have to say. But now let me get into an Automotor and Sport article, which gets into some more details about the possible punishment and what is going to happen with Red Bull going forward. Now, this article, I believe, came out on the Friday of the Grand Prix weekend, maybe the Saturday morning. Not entirely sure exactly when the article came out, but it was definitely before, I believe, qualifying got underway in Austin. And this is what they had to say. And of course, Automotor and Sport, they are very reliable in their reporting. I think they were the first to report this whole thing. Red Bull and Aston Martin being over the cap for 2021 before the FIA even confirmed what was going on. And of course, they have plenty of people quite close to the people in the know. So some of their information does actually turn out to be the absolute truth. So let's read some of their article, which I'll as well post in the description of this video. So what it says here is the more interesting part happened off the track. Everything revolved around Red Bull's offence in the budget cap affair. The racing team has known for a week what punishment it faces. Allegedly, they say, a deduction of 25% of the wind tunnel time for the coming season, plus a fine. Apparently, so if I go back to this, this tweet, confirming the news that the FIA had made an offer to Red Bull for the terms of an accepted breach agreement. That is basically what this article is saying, is that that is what the offer was in terms of a punishment. A 25% reduction in wind tunnel time for next year, plus a probably sizable but nothing major type of fine. So that's basically confirming what the offer was there by the FIA. And then it goes on to say a retroactive punishment with a point deduction for 2021 should be off the table. Red Bull, though, is said to have disagreed with the cost cap administrator's proposal. The process then continues. And then it goes on to say, in Austin, team boss Christian Horner contacted FIA President Mohammed bin Sulayem, supposedly to make him a counter-suggestion as to what punishment one could live with, which I've got to say, this whole, the FIA trying to negotiate a punishment with the team that have broken the rules is so wrong. It is totally wrong, and it just does scream, unfortunately, corruption. If a team has broken the rules, there should not be any room for negotiation with that team that has broken the rules as to what their punishment is going to be. The FIA, they are the regulators of Formula One. They should be, giving Red Bull what they think is the appropriate punishment, and then Red Bull have to accept it. There should be no room for negotiation. This is just, a really terrible thing that I've seen with this whole situation. And then it goes on to say, on the outside, this gives the impression that guilt and atonement can be negotiated like in a bazaar. I'm not quite sure what that means, but obviously converted from German to English, this article. And it says, however, Ben Sulayem can at best act as a neutral observer in the matter. The process is entirely in the hands of independent examiners and judges should a hearing occur when the two parties cannot agree. Apparently, Horner can't decide for himself how he wants to either. The scope of the case is so great that the Mateschitz family must be consulted in any case. Of course, when this article was published, I think it was a day later when it was announced, sadly, that Dietrich Mateschitz had passed away. And of course, rest in peace to him. But that's how serious this whole case is. And then it goes on to say, finally, this is not just about the Formula One team, but the image of the brand. This has reportedly already led to some delays. From the FIA's point of view, it is up to Red Bull how quickly the process ends. If an agreement is reached with the cost cap administrator, the file can be closed immediately. If it goes to court, the matter can drag on for another 6 months. So that's what it has to say there. And they also, I think in a different article, went on to say, maybe the day after this other article came out, that the FIA and Red Bull reportedly have agreed or come to an agreement on the punishment, but because of the news about Dietrich Mateschitz's sad death, they decided to postpone the announcement. So we are probably going to get an announcement, and I really hope we do get an announcement at the Mexico City Grand Prix this weekend, say in, 3 or 4 days from now. That would be ideal, to be honest. But again, I really don't like this whole negotiating, the FIA, the people that run the sport, negotiating with a team that has broken the rules as to what the punishment should be. It doesn't, it unfortunately in this case is working like that, but it should not work like that. If you look at other instances in F1, where, for example, the stewards will give penalties to certain drivers and teams. Yes, they bring those drivers and teams in to hear their side of the story, but they don't negotiate with them what the penalty or punishment should be. They hear their side of the story, and then they give whatever punishment they think is fair. That is how it is supposed to work in F1. But yeah, this just screams of corruption, unfortunately. And yeah, that's all of the updates pretty much we have had to this story so far. And we hope this weekend in Mexico, we will get further updates to this. Let me know, guys, in the comment section down below. What do you think should be the appropriate punishment for Red Bull, given the information I just went through there? and just what do you think of this whole situation so far? Let me know in the comment section down below, guys. But until my next video, it's been me, ChazzaHD. Goodbye. Right, so that's what I had to say in that video on Tuesday, and if you want to go check it out, it is on the channel about how Red Bull, I said at the time, may have been screwed by the FIA in terms of going over the cost cap and the whole row surrounding it. But on Friday, we finally got the announcement that we were waiting for a few weeks, which was the FIA and the penalty they were giving to Red Bull for violating the 2021 budget cap. So let me just quickly get that up on screen, the statement, and we'll get into it. Here you go, and yeah, you guys can see it. So it says, following the submission of all required documentation by all 10 Formula 1 teams, the cost cap administration carried out the first ever review process under the Formula 1 World Championship regulations. Red Bull Racing was found to be in breach. However, the cost cap administration recognized that Red Bull Racing has acted cooperatively. I've not said that properly, but I, for some reason, can't say that word properly. So sorry about that. And then it goes on to say, throughout the review process, and has sought to provide additional information and evidence when requested in a timely manner, that this is the first year of the full application of the financial regulations, and that there is no accusation or evidence that Red Bull Racing has sought at any time to act in bad faith, dishonestly, or in fraudulent manner, nor has it willfully concealed any information from the cost cap administration. In these circumstances, the cost cap administration offered to Red Bull an ABA, an accepted breach agreement, to resolve this matter, and the offer was accepted by Red Bull. Now let's get into the ABA itself. And I'll just quickly zoom in so you guys can see it a bit more. And I will start with the ABA concerns. But again, I did get into this yesterday, but for you guys, I'll get into it again. So, Red Bull submitted relevant costs reported in its 2021 full year reporting documentation of £114.2 million. Subsequent to the findings of the cost cap administration, a procedural breach committed by Red Bull pursuant to Article 8.2 of the financial regulations due to the submission of inaccurate full year reporting documentation in respect of the full year reporting period ending on the 31st of December 2021, because it inaccurately excluded and/or adjusted costs amounting to a total of £5.6 million. So, you will remember that when it was announced what teams had gone over the cost cap for 2021, it wasn't just Red Bull, but Aston Martin were also found to be guilty. But Aston Martin, their breach of the cost cap was a procedure one, not a proper overspend one. Aston Martin's one is absolutely hilarious because they, I think, misappropriated the costs of decks and chairs even for 2021. So yeah, you can go and read that somewhere else if you want to. But yeah, in regards to the second bullet point, that is not really what we're looking at here. Again, that's the procedural breach that they've committed, which is not really punishable under the regulations in terms of, a sporting penalty. The only penalty really you could get for that is a fine, which of course Red Bull did get a fine, which I'll get onto later. And the third bullet point says, consequently, a minor overspend breach committed by Red Bull under Article 8.10b of the financial regulations because its relevant costs as adjusted by the FIA exceeded the 2021 cost cap of £118 million by less than 5%, namely £1.8 million, i.e. 1.6%. Now let's get into the 13 things that the FIA took issue with. And it says, in accordance with the findings of the cost cap administration, Red Bull Racing has acknowledged that the reporting documentation submitted by it included the following incorrectly excluded and/or adjusted costs. So when we go through this, I will make sure to mention whether these certain things have anything to do with the on-track stuff. So the first one is overstated excluded costs concerning catering services. Now, again, I must apologise to the journalist Eric Van Haren, or Haren, sorry. I don't quite know how to pronounce his final name correctly, but I did say that I thought his report initially from a couple of weeks ago that it was due to catering was bullshit, but it has turned out to be true, so well done to him for reporting the correct information. But the first one there, has nothing to do with on-track performance. Number 2, costs concerning employers' social security contributions. There's a few of those in here. Number 3 is costs relating to non-F1 activities, and it says as those costs have or had already been offset with the total or within the total costs of the reporting group. Number 4, again, costs related to bonus and associated employers' social security contributions. Number 5 is understatement of relevant costs in respect of a gain on disposal of fixed assets by failing to make the necessary upwards adjustment. I don't think the FIA at all, and Red Bull, of course, are not going to, have disclosed what those assets are. But that's number 5. Number 6 is costs related to apprenticeship levies. Not 100% sure what that means, but I don't think that has anything to do with on-track performance and car development. Number 7 is costs, again, relating to social security contributions for associated employers. We don't know who that employer is, but we don't really need to know, to be honest. Number 8 is understatement of relevant costs in respect of provisions set forth by Article 4.1 concerning the cost of use of power units. Now, you may think, maybe Red Bull was spending too much money developing the power unit. No, what they mean is that they, I think, were not reporting the correct amount that they spent on taking the power units from Honda to use in their cars for last year. I'm pretty sure that's what that means. I would also like to add, like I did yesterday, I will be doing a more, well-researched, more in-depth video into this during the winter break. So, make sure to check that out when it comes out sometime during the winter break. Probably December or January, to be honest, is when it will be coming out. But I'm pretty sure that's what number 8 has to do with. How much money they were spending in terms of, using the power units, not developing the power units. Number 9, costs related to, again, employers' social security contributions. If you're British, by the way, social security is basically another way of saying national insurance. Number 10 is understatement of costs in respect to provisions set forth by Article 4.1 concerning the use of inventories. Number 11 is a clerical error in respect of Red Bull Racing's calculation of certain costs recharged to it by Red Bull Powertrains Limited, which I think Red Bull Powertrains Limited, the company, was set up last year, I think. So, just a clerical error on with this whole thing. Number 12, certain travel costs also they had issue with, and the costs of maintenance as well. And then there is another thing here that it goes on to say, and further that consequently its relevant cost for the 2021 reporting period exceeded the cost cap by £1.8 million. And then it goes on to say down here what the punishment is. But we do need to pay attention to this bit that I'm highlighting, because this is very important to remember, this top little paragraph before it gets into this stuff. It says the FIA acknowledges that had Red Bull Racing applied the correct treatment within its full year reporting documentation of Red Bull Racing's national tax credit within its 2021 submission of a value of £1.4 million, it would have been considered by the cost cap administration to be in compliance with the regulations, and therefore Red Bull's relevant costs for the 2021 reporting period would have in fact exceeded the cost cap by £430,000 or 0.37%. So we have to remember that in terms of, what they overspent on and what they broke the rules on, because obviously them not claiming that national tax credit had a big effect on, them going over by as much as they did. So please do remember that. And then it gets on to the sanctions. Red Bull must pay a financial penalty of $7 million to the FIA within 30 days of the date of the execution of the ABA, the Accepted Breach Agreement. I'm pretty sure Red Bull's probably already done that. B, Red Bull Racing receives a minor sporting penalty in the form of a limitation in Red Bull Racing's ability to conduct aerodynamic testing during a period of 12 months from the date of execution of the ABA through the application of a reduction of 10% of the coefficient C used to calculate the individual restricted wind tunnel testing and restricted CFD limits applicable, if I can say that word correctly, to each team as set out in Article 6 of Appendix 7 of the Sporting Regulations. And then it says there, for example, if the coefficient C based on Red Bull Racing Championship position is 70%, the effective new value of C will be, and then there's a mathematical equation. So Red Bull will only have 63% allowed for them next season. And then C, Red Bull Racing bears the costs incurred by the cost cap administration in connection with the preparation of the ABA. So their punishment is a loss of a further 10% of wind tunnel time for 2023 from now until next October, or the end of October in 2023, and a $7 million fine. But the point I want to make is when you actually look at these 13 reasons that the FIA, or the 13 things that the FIA had an issue with, none of them have anything to do with on-track performance and the development of the car. They have to do with stuff that doesn't matter when it comes to, making the car quicker on track, which is, at the end of the day, even though factually, yes, Red Bull did go over the cost cap, that there's no denying that, by £1.4 million. The cost cap, the reason it was brought in was to stop teams spending way too much money on developing their cars. And when you look at, what caused Red Bull to go over, at the end of the day, Red Bull, the things that they were at fault for, I guess you could say, in this whole situation, had nothing to do with making their car quicker and improving their on-track performance. So even though, yes, factually speaking, the FIA, punished Red Bull within the rules and they followed the rules, and yes, factually speaking, the Red Bull did violate the cost cap, but they did not gain anything from all of these, things it lists here on the PDF that the FIA published, thankfully. So, in my view, the penalty is too harsh. I don't think they deserve a 10% reduction in wind tunnel time just because they overspent, even though, or not even though, but just because they overspent does not mean they deserve, in my view, a 10% reduction in wind tunnel time, because there's no evidence to suggest that they actually made their car quicker, spending money they shouldn't have in 2021. So I don't believe they deserved a 10% reduction in wind tunnel time. I think the fine, the $7 million fine, I think is absolutely fair because there were other things they overspent on, or they didn't state the correct relevant costs for certain things. So I think a fine is definitely a right thing to do, I guess, from the FIA's perspective. But when you look at it in the end, all the reasons that the FIA gave for why Red Bull have gone over, again, has nothing to do with on-track performance and the development of the car and or power unit for 2021. So, yeah, in my view, Red Bull were harshly punished, but that is, at the end of the day, what happened. Red Bull were given a 10% reduction in wind tunnel time. What I want you guys to do in the chat is let me know what you think of what I've had to say. And also, a couple other things. Do you think, again, that it was a fair penalty for Red Bull, or do you think it was unfair? Do you think it should have been a lesser penalty or even more severe penalty? Let me know in the live chat. And as well, if anyone out there disagrees with me saying that you cannot prove that Red Bull made their car go quicker in 2021 by violating the cost cap, which I don't think you can at all, I challenge whoever wants to, whoever says that in regards to this whole situation, because I do not believe that anyone out there can legitimately, with actual facts, prove that Red Bull made their car quicker, again, spending money that they shouldn't have spent. I don't believe anyone can do it, but if anyone wants to try in the chat, then go for it. I look forward to a possible debate if anyone wants to have it. But let me now come back to this, and I'll get the timer back on screen for you guys as well, as we have an hour and 19 minutes to go until qualifying begins in Mexico. So not actually that long, to be honest. Yeah, let me know in the chat what you think, guys, and I'll get onto your comments in a moment. Just want to say again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. And everyone watching right now, don't forget, if you have not already, to smash the like button. Obviously does help the channel grow. And make sure as well to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 to keep up with the content on the channel as well. But let me just scroll up if I can. And let me just scroll up to the beginning of, you guys talking about the Red Bull cost cap saga. And yeah, I'll start about there with, I think, Ken Waller's comment. Yeah, I'll start with your comment a bit further up. And Ken Waller had to say, going over is going over. Red Bull got off lightly. They were the only team to go over budget, let's make excuse for Red Bull. Horner crying, saying teams owe him an apology. The guy's a liar. I mean, yeah, I think you could probably say he is a liar, because I think he did a couple times say that they did not go over the cap and they believe they did everything correctly when, as per the regulations in terms of certain costs and all of that, they did not. But I do think the other team principals, I think there's an argument definitely to be made that they owe Christian an apology, because Toto Wolff, Matteo Binotto were basically saying that Red Bull, the reason they were doing so well in the last couple of years was because they spent money they shouldn't have on making their car quicker. When, again, so far, as I say this, there is no evidence to suggest that that has actually happened. So, yeah. Let's see if we can find some other comments here in regards to the situation. Ken Waller also says, if Mercedes get the front row, Horner will accuse him of cheating like he did last season. He'll be like, how dare anyone go faster than us? The guy's a meme at this point. I don't think he will. I don't think Mercedes have done anything that could be even suspicious or raise suspicion in regards to that. But let me find some other comments here if I can. Didn't Mercedes update their new front wing so it was compliant? Yes, they did. The FIA was unhappy about a certain element of their front wing, and they've updated it, and I think they are running it, so clearly it is helping somewhat. Not sure how much it's helping, but yeah. If they are running it, it must be helping them to a certain degree. And yeah, in chat, can we try and stay away from football talk? Because it is, you know, we are talking at F1 here. So let's try and veer away from football talk, please. I mean, I do like football, but yeah, let's try and talk about this, you know, whole situation, please. I'm trying to look in chat to see if there's anything I can read out. Thor Bane says it is still 1.8 million over the budget cap, which could have been taken out of the on-track performance. Again, though, and I'm not saying this in a confrontational, shitty way, but you don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know that they used any money to any money again that they shouldn't have to make their car quicker. There's no evidence to suggest that. And yeah, I have seen a lot of reaction on Twitter. Obviously, on Twitter, there was always going to be rather a lot of reaction to this whole situation. But yeah, I have seen some takes on Twitter that are just very blasphemous, I guess you could say, and are very accusatory of Red Bull without any real evidence. But yeah, like I said, I will be making a video of my own on the situation in the winter, and what that video will serve as is me, you know, coming to my final conclusions on the whole situation, and it will be basically the final time I ever talk about it, because I don't want to be, you know, talking about it in 2023 as well. So yeah, that's what that video will serve as. Let's have a look for some more. And yeah, as well, Aaron Davis points out that in reality, it is only £430,000 they went over because they didn't claim a tax credit. Ken Wallace says, Chaz, sorry dude, but thank God you're not in charge of the FIA. Love the channel, bro. Well, explain to me why you think that, and cheers for saying you love the channel. But yeah, explain, you know, why you think that. Because at the end of the day, and I don't think people could deny this, when Ross Brawn announced that the cost cap was coming in for 2021, the intention of bringing it in was not to limit the amount of money that teams were spending on catering or inventories or social security contributions, as it said in that PDF. It was purely about anything related to the on-track performance. That's what it was related to. So, yeah. And I think, you know, that's really what the cost cap should be about. So, and it does appear that the majority, and I will probably get into this in the video that I'm going to do, but from what I've heard, obviously 1.4 of the 1.8 million is an unclaimed tax credit, but apparently the majority of the £432,000 outstanding is because Red Bull had a lot of unused parts from 2021 that they ended up, I think, shifting over to their non-F1 activity team, I think, which I did talk about in that little video I played a few minutes ago before I got into that whole situation. Let's see if we can find some other comments here in the chat. Thor Bane says there's no way Red Bull should have been able to negotiate the punishment. And yeah, I disagree with that whole thing with the accepted breach agreement that, you know, two teams or the FIA and a team can negotiate what happens. It should not work like that. And how it should work is simple. They should just simply get rid of the accepted breach agreement, because the other option for Red Bull, if they were unhappy with the punishment, was to go to the cost cap adjudication panel. And then, you know, that panel would determine the penalty, and then Red Bull at that point would literally have to accept the penalty that the panel gave them, which is how it should work. How it should work, like, as Liverpool have conceded a goal in a match that I'm just watching quickly, which is absolutely laughable. Sorry, I had to mention that. That was just, yeah, absolutely terrible. Yeah, how it should work is if a team goes over the cost cap, it should go to the cost cap adjudication panel, and then they, look through the evidence, determine the penalty, and then, the team has to accept whatever penalty they have been given. End of story, rather than it being up for discussion and negotiation. Pranks' harsh side of fair. FIA should write better rules. Yeah, the FIA regulations. I mean, a lot of the regulations I do agree with, but there are some regulations that I think need to be improved upon. And make the sport, fairer, but also make it easier and clearer for, everyone watching and participating in F1. Warhawk says 10% reduction means 0.2 of a second disadvantage. I read that's minor. Well, Christian Horner actually he did a press conference after the punishment by the FIA was announced, and what he said was it will be a loss of between 0.25 of a second and 0.5 second per lap. We won't notice that difference, by the way, until the second half of next season, when you'll really start to see Red Bull lose out in the development race. If they do, obviously it does depend a lot on the car Red Bull have compared to the others at the start of next season, because as I made the point I made yesterday was, if they turn up next season with a car that's miles quicker than everyone else, it won't matter that they have a further 10% reduction in their wind tunnel time compared to other people, because they'll easily win the championship. So yeah, it will make the championship fight interesting next season, even if their main contenders are Ferrari, because that will help Ferrari a bit more next season, but it is still Ferrari. Paul James Squibbs asks, are the accounts self-disclosed? Is there any ways to cook the books to show different amounts used than when actually used? Well, that's what the FIA had issue with. That's what it said in that PDF. Is that Red Bull in certain areas were understating or overstating costs of certain things. So, yeah, that's why they were also guilty of a procedural breach. Just like Aston Martin were for miscalculating deliberately or non-deliberately the price of decks and chairs, which came out in their accepted breach agreement as well, which was quite funny to see. Ken Wallace says, no team overspends not to gain no team overspends not to gain an advantage. I don't believe a word Horner said. Red Bull broke the rules and got punished. The thing is, though, and Christian Horner did allude to this, and I think Helmut Marko has alluded to this as well, there were certain things that they believed did not apply to the cost cap, and there were certain things that they believed, were fine. One of the things, again, which I mentioned a few minutes ago, that has contributed quite a lot of money to the outstanding amount that they went over by, with the unused parts. In terms of the regulations, when they submitted their financial documents in March, then at the end of March in 2020, or earlier this year in 2022, obviously, there was no I think rule or regulation or clarification from the FIA that Red Bull were doing anything wrong. But then 3 months after the FIA, or 3 months after all the documents, financial documents, were submitted, the FIA changed their mind. And Christian Horner did actually talk about that in the press conference yesterday, that, had they known that the FIA was going to issue a clarification, they would have adjusted, or they would have, obviously done things differently. So we do need to remember that as well. That's very important to remember, this whole situation, because 90% of it looks like 90% of the overspend went on the unclaimed tax credit and the unused parts, with all the other stuff being quite minor, to be honest. Richard Rees, it's not fair to Mercedes, so I feel that they should do and overspend themselves to get a better car. The FIA's hidden the full spend. Ken Wallace says, yes, but Chazzy, you just said Horner is a liar. Let me clarify what I meant. When I say, or when you say he is a liar, I think you're insinuating that, you know, he lies regularly about certain things. I'm not saying he is a liar, but I am saying that he probably did lie about, you know, a couple things leading up to the announcement that the FIA found Red Bull in breach of the regulations. But I don't think just because you lie possibly about a couple of things that makes you a hard fastened liar. I think you need to have like a pretty clear proven track record, which, to be honest, I don't pay that much attention to what Christian Horner has to say a lot of the time, because I don't really care a lot of the time. But as well, I've got to admit, I haven't officially, you know, myself gone through and looked at everything that Horner has had to say in the last 3 or 4 weeks to know if he did indeed actually lie. So I could be proven wrong on what I just said. So, you know, we will see. When I get to making that video, when I properly, you know, do the research for it, I will, you know, make sure to, I guess, fact check myself to see whether he did lie about certain things. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But yeah, looking back from what I can remember, that's why I said I thought he may have lied about a couple things, because he did say, pretty sure he said, again, I'll have to go and research it, but I'm pretty sure he did say categorically that they did not break the cost cap at all. But yeah, again, I'll need to go back and look, because I, you know, may have misheard certain comments. That's definitely possible. Richard Reed says, no way that Red Bull car is so fast without a big overspend. This F1 season is a free-for-all. Well, for this season, we won't know whether they have overspent until probably next end of summer, autumn time. So, you know, we will wait and see. But my feeling is probably Red Bull have not overspent. I think they've probably just built a very good car. That's my feeling. We have to remember they do have Adrian Newey as their designer. And now that F1 is once again an aero formula, if you know what I mean, it's no longer more reliant on the amount of power you have like it was between, say, 2014 and 2021, where, you know, your chances of success was mostly about how much straight line speed you had or how much power your power unit had. Now that it's now an aero formula again, like it was, you know, between 2009 and 2013, it's not really surprised that Red Bull are now right at the front again, because Adrian Newey is the god of, or at least one of the gods of F1 design. Let's find some other comments here. There's plenty of other comments I think I can see. Trying to see if I can find where I was, because I've accidentally gone too far down the chat. Ken Wallace says, overspend is overspend, dude. The other teams had issues but didn't overspend. You can't just let them off. Just because an overspend is an overspend does not mean they, again, illegally made their car faster. You need to remember that. You can't just say, well, they overspent, so we must punish them. We must give them a sporting penalty for something that, in the end, they didn't actually do. They didn't do anything illegally, sporting-wise. We have to, you know, we have to remember that clearly. Just because they've overspent does not mean they should necessarily get a penalty, especially when all of the stuff I went through, again, I don't think anyone out there can actually prove to me that they, you know, illegally made their car go faster. Brian Cox says, that's totally illegal to use last year's parts and still claiming the development costs. We had to chop up all those parts when I worked for Toro Rosso, says Brian Cox. If that's true that you worked for Toro Rosso, not saying you're lying, but yeah, interesting to have you here, because I don't think we've had someone who's actually worked for an F1 team in the chat before. The point with the whole unused parts was not that they were using last year's parts, it's that they made spare parts in 2021 that they ended up not using, and then they gave it over to I think the people who that run, you know, the older Red Bull cars for like demos and that. That's what it relates to. They're not using those unused parts for this year or anything. It's just they made spare parts, probably, you know, a bit, well, clearly, according to the regulations, too many spare parts for the FIA's liking, and that went over the cost cap. But again, it is important to remember the FIA were fine on that issue when Red Bull submitted their financial documents. But again, 3 months later, the FIA changed their mind, which is very important to remember and unfair, really, on Red Bull. You know, if the FIA were clear in their mind that it was not legal, then they should have made sure to say that before the financial documents were, you know, submitted. And then, you know, this wouldn't have happened necessarily. If I can find some other comments here. Nominal Time says, last year you predicted Lando would be P10 and he ended up P7. Give an overview of your thoughts on McLaren's progress and Ricciardo's downfall, please. Yeah, that prediction turned out to be quite a bad one from last season. The reason I predicted that, by the way, was because I thought Ricciardo would be the best driver at McLaren in 2021 because of how good he was in 2020, where he was probably the best driver outside of Hamilton and Verstappen in 2020. And I didn't think McLaren would be as quick as they were in 2021. But yeah, Lando was absolutely amazing that year. Ricciardo, despite getting the win, he was disappointing, and he has been disappointing in general. What is my overview of my thoughts on McLaren's progress and Ricciardo's downfall? I mean, yeah, McLaren, you know, they made quite a bit of progress for 2021, and it was good to see them a few times on the podium, win a race, and they probably should have won the Russian Grand Prix as well, but of course they did not, because of, you know, Norris and McLaren's bad call in the end to not come in for wet compound or intermediate compound tyres as the rain began to pour. But yeah, they were very good last season, and I thought coming into 2022 that McLaren, you know, they've got the team, they just need that quicker car to get them right up there at the front of the grid. But this season, they have took a step back in my mind because, yeah, the car they've built for this season just isn't anywhere near as good as the car they had in comparison to the others, obviously, in 2021. They've, you know, dropped quite a bit of time this season compared to the other top teams. Obviously, them and Ferrari were pretty close to each other in 2021, but now Ferrari, plenty of times this season, have ended up lapping McLaren in certain races. I know Ferrari, obviously, they've got a lot more resources at hand, and Ferrari have been working on their 2022 car for a lot longer than McLaren were, but yeah, it was a bit disappointing how McLaren fell off this season. I hope next season they will come back a bit, but I don't have great faith in McLaren being a front-running team, really, in the next few years. I think they'll probably just be an upper midfield team that occasionally gets a podium, maybe a race win or two, but nothing, you know, consistent up at the front. And for Ricciardo, yeah, it is sad about his downfall, but he's had his chances to improve, and he just hasn't improved, obviously. So, yeah, it's sad because I thought he was going to have a great time at McLaren, but it ended up not happening in the end. Lawrence Lancaster says the FIA could have come up with something better than they have. It's a race, faster car wins. GC3 says the FIA and F1 are not going to further compromise the sport, so you will not know the details of the investigation, but the punishment was performance related, which clear tells you the results. I don't think it does. I don't think because well, actually, hold on, let me reread your comment because I might have actually misunderstood what you said. Not going to further compromise the sport. You'll not know the details. Well, we did know the details of the investigation. We just went through it. Pretty much all the details we need to know. If with that final statement you're saying that the punishment was performance related, meaning that it must have been performance related, the violation, then I don't believe that whatsoever. Because again, we don't have any evidence of that, and I don't believe the FIA are the type of organization that, you know, get things absolutely bang on, especially with the big, you know, issues of the day. Obviously, you know, look at the last race of last season. They got that massively wrong and have massively compromised the sport, I guess you could say, and definitely ruined massively the integrity of Formula One. There's no doubt about that. And I'm not sure the FIA in the years to come, unfortunately, are going to actually improve on that, because I just don't think the FIA are competent enough of a organization. But yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Didn't Mercedes or Ferrari overspend 45 million a few years ago? Says Warhawk. I'm not sure what you're talking about, because, well, a few years ago there wouldn't have been a cost cap, so I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Let me see if I can find some more comments in the chat. Ken Wallace says, right, Red Bull are incompetent then for not knowing the cost cap rules. All the other teams knew them and didn't overspend. Excuses for Red Bull. I mean, at the end of the day, if they were unsure on a few of those things, that you know, as to their relation to the cost cap, again, such as unused parts and what a tax credit would mean for them, because you have to remember, not all of the teams based in England got a tax credit. I think Mercedes are also, yeah, they're based in England as well, with their you know, car making and power unit, I think, division, both in around the Silverstone area. I don't believe they got a tax credit last year either. So yeah, I think it's definitely plausible that Red Bull may have been confused as to, you know, what to do with it, maybe. And again, with the unused parts, at the time when they submitted the documents, it was within the regulations. So yeah, I think it's absolutely possible that, you know, Red Bull maybe just didn't understand the rules well enough in certain areas. And maybe you could call that incompetent. You know, go for it if you want. But yeah, I think their violation of the cost cap is more to do, again, with the FIA changing the rules around unused parts, and also I think to do with Red Bull maybe not fully understanding what falls within and outside of the cost cap. I think that's what it has to do with, really. Let's find some other comments here in the chat if I can, relating to this. Ken Wallace says, Horner talks shit all the time. Look at last season, how many times he accused others of having illegal engines every weekend. He was a bit of a motor mouth last season, but again, I'd need to go back and look at exactly what he said. There was a couple things he said which I did disagree with. I think was it the one after Silverstone where I think he accused Hamilton of trying to kill Verstappen or something? Or it was something on that line of thinking, which I think was just way over the top, and he shouldn't have said that at all. Because it really worsened the tensions between the teams, the drivers, and the fans as well. But when you go on to say on your final line of your comment there, I haven't heard Toto say Red Bull rocket ship is illegal. Maybe he hasn't said that clearly, but he has absolutely insinuated it. So, yeah, there's no doubt about that. He has absolutely insinuated that this Red Bull car is not legal. Not only did he insinuate that with the cost cap, he also insinuated it with the flexible floor nonsense we heard a few months ago. And you have to say, since the technical directive, that's it, came in from the Belgian Grand Prix on, which banned flexible floors, and, you know, it came in really to prevent teams from porpoising too much at high speed. We haven't seen any evidence that Red Bull actually were using a flexible floor, because in fact they've been even quicker compared to the rest of the field since the technical directive came in. So yeah, I think Toto this season has been a bit keen at times to you know, accuse Red Bull of things they haven't necessarily done. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Mickey says, problem with the cost cap is money is easy to hide or move. It should just be a cap on the team size / parts, in my opinion. Aaron Davis says, Chazza, they didn't have to make the car faster. To have an unpunished breach allows other teams to feel they can breach as well. When you say they didn't have to make the car... hold on. They didn't have to make the car faster to have an unpunished... I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that when you say they didn't have to make the car faster. What do you mean by that exactly? Do you mean that Red Bull... yeah, I will admit I'm not quite sure what you mean by that exactly, so try and clarify if you can. Maybe I'm being a bit stupid, I'm not sure, but yeah, try and clarify if you can. Ken Wallace says, I totally disagree with you on this cost cap. Dude, I appreciate what you're saying, but we'll never agree on the matter. What's important is they spent more than they were allowed. Yeah, it's true. They, you know, as per the regulations, they went over. There's no doubt about that. But one thing I don't want to do, which a lot of people out there have done without using or acknowledging any context or the facts of the situation, I do not want to sit here and just pretend that, yeah, Red Bull spent all 1.8 million on car development when, again, they didn't, and there's no evidence at the minute to suggest they did for last year or this year. Obviously, for this year, we'll have to wait till next, probably, again, end of summer or autumn time to see whether maybe they overspent. But, what do you call it? Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and accuse them of things that I don't have evidence for and just, you know, spout out conspiracy theories. But, you know, as you said, the facts are they overspent. That is clear. And at least the FIA in this situation did act within the rules and did punish Red Bull as per the regulations, because obviously on some certain big things in the last few years, the FIA have not been the best at applying their own regs. Again, Abu Dhabi 2021 being the very, very big one. As we've got, 45 minutes almost to go until qualifying. We will soon, probably in about 10 minutes time, I'm going to get into building up to qualifying properly by, you know, getting into the teams and how I think they'll get on in this session coming up. So I'll read out a few more comments in relation to this whole saga, and then we'll get into, again, previewing qualifying and what teams to look out for and what I think will happen. Let's have a look in chat. Omen says, Chaz is saying Hamilton will win in 2023 and retire, and then Merc will go for Charles. Sounds like that is what he wants to happen and not an objective prediction. Hamilton is not going anywhere soon. The reason I have made that prediction has absolutely nothing to do with me wanting Lewis Hamilton to not be on the grid. I do want Lewis Hamilton to be on the grid. I want him to be on the grid for the next decade, if possible. I just don't believe that's going to happen. And I do believe that if he wins the championship next year, which would move him officially ahead on all of the key stats, ahead of everyone else, as the undisputed GOAT of F1 and motorsport, I think, because he'd be at the very top, I just think he would want to go out on top, because I think he's that type of person that would like to retire at the very top of his sport. Now, I know he has said that he wants to, continue in F1 for another few years. I hope he does, but I just don't think he will. And I know people may say, well, Hamilton has not said anything about retiring for next year or the year after, but just because he hasn't said, or he's made statements about, possibly staying on for another few years, does not mean he's not gonna retire at the end of next season. For example, Nico Rosberg never said anything that made us think he was going to retire at the end of 2016 and retire after winning just one championship. There's been other drivers as well that have retired suddenly, or left F1 suddenly, that we didn't think would do so. So, yeah, just because he has said so does not necessarily mean he will do so. And yet again, I don't think Hamilton, I'm not wanting Hamilton to retire next year because I want Leclerc to get into the Mercedes. It's because that's just what I think will happen, because I think Hamilton is the type of person that wants to go out on top rather than go out, as a driver, unfortunately driving for a team stuck in the midfield or something. I don't think he wants to go out that way in F1. So yeah, that's my view. That's my prediction. We'll see if it comes true. Again, I want Lewis Hamilton to be on the grid for another few years at the very least. I mean, obviously he is going to retire at some point. There's no doubt about that. And the longer he stays on the grid, the better for Formula One that is, because he is the GOAT, no doubt about it. Yeah, please don't accuse me of stuff, because again, you don't know. What do you call it? Not that you don't know what you're talking about, but you don't know what am I trying to say? Don't claim that I am intentionally predicting that when you don't know my intent in regards to anything. So please don't do that. And yeah, please don't accuse me of stuff, because normally that does actually get a ban on the channel at times. So be careful. Turbo says F1 fans are AIDS. F1 fan was better when the fans didn't have a fucking voice, man. Those were the days. I see what you mean, but I think most F1 fans are fine. I just think there's a lot of toxic people that have too loud of a voice, maybe in the community, that get too much recognition at times, and I think that's what creates the atmosphere. In the F1 community. Simon Troop, hello to you. I haven't seen you in a while. Says, will Nib be joining you tomorrow for the race watch along? I don't know. Yeah, I haven't talked to him about it. He will probably let me know in the next 10 hours, 12 hours or so. So I will know by the time my race watch along stream tomorrow starts at 6 p.m. UK time, by the way, just to remind you guys. 2 hours before the race, as usual, I'll be going live. Yeah, I'm sure I'll know by then, but I don't know right now, so I can't tell you. And by the way, hello to Moas in the chat. Ewok says, so what do you think about Binotto's recent comments about the Red Bull penalty? I have seen the headline that he believes it wasn't a harsh enough penalty, but I've not actually read into the article and what he said, so I'll hold off on what I think until I actually read what he says. Count Blast says, Red Bull is always up to something cheeky. This is why they're always on the offensive, trying to deflect attention. Aaron Davis says, sorry, the breach, whether or not the car was made faster by it, must be punished. Otherwise, teams will feel they can get away with a bit here and there. Not to mention, proof of making the car faster doesn't matter. The FIA set a precedence for this with Spygate. There was no proof McLaren benefited from the info. The thing is, it's not as comparable to Spygate because the information that McLaren illegally had, that of course was supplied to them by Nigel Stepney from Ferrari, was not in relation to anything other than the performance of the car. And even though they couldn't prove it, it was very much, there was definitely suspicion there, quite a bit of suspicion there, even when we, knew, or it came out what the full facts of the situation were. I think everyone pretty much suspected that it had some sort of advantage for the McLaren team. And I do believe that, McLaren absolutely that season gained from having that knowledge, because if you go back to that season, at the start of the season, Ferrari were miles quicker, and then suddenly, 2 months later, McLaren were winning races easily locking out the front row. I think there was a race in Monaco that year where they finished first and second, and Felipe Massa and the Ferrari finished like over a minute behind. When, 2 months before, Ferrari were quicker than McLaren. So I don't believe that McLaren did not gain from that. And another thing to point out in terms of the, that we can't prove, or that with that situation, we couldn't prove that McLaren actually benefited, which again, I don't believe that. Sorry. Let me clear my throat. Hopefully that should be a bit better. I don't actually believe McLaren did not benefit. Another situation we have to remember is in 1994, Michael Schumacher, his car, Benetton car, was put under investigation because teams were complaining that Benetton were running illegal electronic systems such as traction control and launch control. The FIA did actually find a launch control map on their, with the, I think, computerized electrical system or something like that. But they couldn't prove that they used it, but they did have it. So the point I'm trying to make is that even though with that situation, you couldn't absolutely 1,000,000% prove factually that Benetton benefited from that, I think we all know that they did run launch control in 1994. There's no way you would have launch control as a setting and not use it, period, because you do gain a lot from it at the start of a Grand Prix. And if you go back to those races in 1994, look at the starts Michael got to a load of those races. He literally would shoot into the lead like a rocket compared to the Williamses at the time. But the point I'm trying to make is with what do you call it, with the whole McLaren Spygate thing that you just said, is just because we cannot 1,000,000% prove that that McLaren benefited from it, doesn't mean there is, a lot of evidence or suspicion that could definitely point towards them actually gaining from that info. And I know people in chat will be now saying, but Chaz, you said that there's no evidence that Red Bull gained from a 1.8 million overspend. And now you're saying that that now we can still have suspicion about a team and it still be probably the truth. The point I want to make with that is that there was a lot more evidence showing, in my view, that McLaren did benefit from the info they received than there is evidence for Red Bull illegally developing their car. And in fact, I would say there is very little, at most, evidence that Red Bull and their overspend was related to developing their 2021 car. When there is a load more evidence and a load more suspicion that McLaren benefited from the info they received from Ferrari, or Nigel Stepney of Ferrari, and there's a lot more evidence that Benetton, even though it was not proved, they used launch control. There's a lot more evidence that they actually did use it than there is that, Red Bull illegally developed their car. So I just want to clear up that if you're wondering, why am I possibly being a hypocrite? I'm not being a hypocrite. It's just I don't think there's really that much evidence at all that Red Bull did, again, illegally develop their car. When with those situations, Spygate and Launch Control Gate, I guess you could call it, there was way more evidence than we've got with this situation. Aaron Davis says, Chazza again, Red Bull did have a drastic increase in performance halfway through 2021. Depends what you mean by halfway through. Because if you're talking about like around the Austrian Grand Prix, I mean, yeah, they were very quick there. But I don't actually think that was because they brought a massive upgrade. It was mostly because the car at the time compared to the Mercedes was just better suited to the tracks at the time. And then Mercedes had to end up bringing a couple developments to get back on terms with Red Bull. And in the second half of that season, Mercedes were quicker than Red Bull. There is no doubt about that whatsoever. So, yeah, not sure exactly when you mean halfway in the season. Aaron Davis' suspicion is not proof. Did Red Bull not jump performance last year? I don't think they did. The first half of the season, Red Bull were quicker than Mercedes were. I think most reasonable people would agree with that. But the second half of the season, I think Mercedes were the quicker team. So no, there wasn't a jump in performance. In fact, Red Bull compared to Mercedes were actually quicker at the start of the season. I think in pure dry conditions than they were even by mid-season. I know obviously at those Austrian races we had, the Austrian Grand Prix and the Styrian Grand Prix, Max dominated, but that wasn't simply because he was miles quicker on pure pace. That was because Mercedes had issues with tyre wear, and also they were lagging a bit behind in the development race, not because Red Bull were developing the car when they shouldn't, but because Mercedes committed at the time to a strategy of not bringing that many upgrades because they thought their car was going to be good enough to end up winning the championship anyway. So, yeah, I don't believe Red Bull's performance, just magically jumped up. Let me read out this final comment and then I'll get into building up into qualifying. From Omen, who says, should I stop watching your channel because you make statements that I do not agree with, like when you said Lewis is the best on the grid and not Max? My feelings were hurt, but still here I am. It's just my opinion. If you want to disagree, put it in the chat that you disagree and that you think someone else is better. But to be honest, I don't think your feelings really should be hurt. I mean, if you're obviously a young kid, I don't know how old you are, then it's understandable your feelings might be hurt because, you're young. But, it's just an opinion, me saying that. It's up for debate, for sure. Who is the best driver right now in F1? For me, I still think, if everyone had an equal car, I still think Lewis Hamilton is the best driver in Formula 1. But if you disagree, just put it in the chat. You don't need to stop watching my channel if you disagree. I mean, if you don't want to watch my channel anymore, then go for it. It's your choice. But I don't think that's the greatest reason for stopping watching someone's channel is purely because you disagree on an opinion. But anyway, we've gone through all of that, and I hope for now that I've gone through a lot of the comments there, and cheers for you guys posting all of those comments in relation to that whole situation. And now for the next 30 minutes, we will get into building up into qualifying. Just want to say again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this because I'll be doing a race watch along for tomorrow's 2022 Mexico City Grand Prix. And as well, for everyone watching this stream, don't forget to smash that like button. But before I get into the teams and how I think they'll get on in this session, I am going to just quickly post the link of the stream back out a couple times. And then we'll get going into the final 30-minute build-up. But yeah, keep those comments coming and let me know in chat, guys. Who do you think will get pole position today? Will it be a Mercedes driver, a Red Bull driver, Ferrari driver? Let me know in the chat. And obviously, if you do believe it'll be a certain driver from a certain team, let me know what driver, of course. Come join us here to Watchalong qualifying in Mexico. And by the way, hello to Miss Marquise in the chat, who says that they're here at 5:30 a.m. And it's liked. Yeah, cheers for that. And there's someone else saying 3:30 a.m. for them. So yeah, thanks for the commitment in showing up. They're very much appreciated. Right. So that's posted out, and let me just post a link back out on Twitter, and then again we'll get into the build-up, and I'll try and whiz through the teams in about 20 minutes, and then I'll do a poll in chat to see who you guys are predicting for pole position. 2022 Mexico City Grand Prix qualifying watch-along live, and I'll just post out some or include rather some hashtags, and then we can get going here. Let me just do a few more quickly, and then yeah, we can finally get going into this. Right, there you go. And actually, I'll do one final one. There you go. Right. So that's posted out on Twitter. And now we will get into the build-up to qualifying. And we will start with, of course, Red Bull Racing. So coming into this weekend, my expectation, and I think a lot of your expectation, you guys in the chat, your expectation is that Red Bull are the team to beat. And I still think for the race, they are going to be hard to stop. The thing is, though, from what we saw in practice 3, their single lap pace is not terrible, but it doesn't look to be as good as maybe Mercedes, who were very, very quick in practice 3. Mercedes were, half a second quicker, with Russell in first to Verstappen in third. Now, I know in qualifying that could easily change. Verstappen could easily get pole position, but there is no doubt about it. Mercedes are a lot more competitive here than we expected, and a bit more competitive probably than Red Bull and Ferrari expected. So that is a problem for Red Bull, because even if Ferrari ended up being quicker than Red Bull today, I think Red Bull would not be that bothered, because I think they know that in race trim, they would easily beat Ferrari because they have much faster race car, and would probably beat them pretty quickly as well by getting ahead into the first corner by using the slipstream of the Ferraris if they did out-qualify them. So, yes, looking a bit of a trickier session for Red Bull than it was expected to be. My prediction for qualifying is still that I think it'll be a Red Bull front row. I'm going to stick with that prediction because, and the reason I'm sticking with that is because I'm not sure if Mercedes, the pace they showed in practice 3, I'm not sure if that is legitimately their pace, or if that's, were they doing a bit of a glory run in practice 3? Of course, we don't know. So I'm going to stick with my prediction coming into the weekend that Red Bull will lock out the front row with Verstappen on pole and Perez in second. But if Mercedes absolutely carry that speed through into qualifying, then Red Bull might struggle to get on pole position. So that prediction and possibility of a Red Bull front row in qualifying could easily change in qualifying, coming up in 25 minutes time. Now on to Ferrari. Not too quick in practice 3. They ended up as the third quickest team, which if they ended up as that in this session, they would be very disappointed, Ferrari, because yes, their power unit advantage that they have over Mercedes, for example, of a few horsepower, that advantage is eliminated here because of the how high we are above sea level at this circuit. But given what the middle sector and the final sector is like, and the type of car you need for those parts of the track, you would expect Ferrari to be right there in the fight for pole position. But yeah, they weren't looking too great in practice 3, so I'm not quite sure what we're going to see, to be honest, from Ferrari. My prediction coming into this weekend is that Ferrari would end up 3rd and 4th, was it? Or 3rd and 5th? I can't remember exactly. I think I did go with Leclerc 3rd. I can't remember what I said for Carlos Sainz. But, yeah, I think Ferrari will end up slower than Red Bull. I think Red Bull, are just producing better as a team right now. And even though Ferrari have still had some pole positions in the last few races, their pole position production has dropped from what it was like in the first half of the season. So, yeah, and their pace in general compared to Red Bull has dropped as well. So I think Red Bull will end up ahead of them. But if they produce the type of pace and they have the type of car in qualifying that I expected coming into the weekend, there's definitely a chance there for pole position. And by the way, just so you guys know, no penalties for the Ferrari drivers for the weekend. So they can both legitimately go for pole. And if they get it, obviously then stay on pole position. So we'll see how they get on. But hard to say exactly where they'll be. And for Mercedes, looking very good. I mean, I said earlier this weekend, yesterday, their car looks pretty good around this track. When you look at it on board, looks very comfortable, especially in that middle sector where the car, I think, is probably handling the best out of any other car so far that I've seen this weekend. So it looks good for Mercedes, but will they actually convert their pace from practice 3 into a result in qualifying? If they do lock out the front row and end up, first and second, obviously, like they did in practice 3, then their chances of victory in the race are very good. Because even if Verstappen or Leclerc slipstream the two Mercedes down to turn 1 and, using that slipstream get ahead, I think Mercedes have a fast enough race car that they can still come back from that and still win the race tomorrow. So, yeah, looking good for Mercedes. This is the quickest they have looked over a single lap, arguably, all season long. Maybe you could argue in Hungary they were a bit quicker there, but yeah, they've looked very good this weekend. Obviously, again, racing at this circuit so high above sea level is helping them a lot because they're not losing anything in terms of raw power from their power unit. And again, this track is all about downforce. It's all about how quick you are, really, in the corners as to how quick you are for the entire lap. So, yeah, Mercedes, we know their strengths are definitely more so the grip of the car rather than the straight line speed. So Mercedes should be in pretty good nick around this track. But I'm going to stick... sorry. I'm going to stick with my original prediction that I think they'll end up 4th or 5th, or 4th and 5th, rather, for qualifying today. But again, I could easily be proven wrong. If you're wondering why I'm a bit unsure as to how things are going to be in this session, you have to remember, practice 1 was kind of representative, but the track was in quite poor condition. And it was obviously the first session of the weekend. Practice 2, they did a Pirelli tyre test, so there was no relevant information that came from that. So really, practice 3 is the only proper session to go off in terms of proper data coming into this session. And yeah, Mercedes look very quick, but will that actually happen? Will that carry through into qualifying? We don't know, because it doesn't always do, from a practice 3 session into a qualifying session. So we'll have to see, but definitely closer to the very front teams in F1 this weekend than I expected, and I said the same in Austin as well. So Mercedes looking a lot better than they were in Japan and Singapore, where they just really underperformed in qualifying on the race in those particular Grand Prix. Anyway, let's now race through the midfield if I can. Lando Norris was looking very quick in the midfield. Obviously, the man on screen right here is Daniel Ricciardo. We'll get into him in a second. But yeah, Lando Norris was looking very quick in practice 3. He was up in 7th place, I think. And he was almost quicker than Carlos Sainz in practice 3. And under a second slower than George Russell, who was quickest. So good pace for Norris, and McLaren are looking very quick with Lando Norris. And I would be surprised if Norris is not at the front of the midfield pack in terms of, you know, who out the drivers is at the very front, because he's obviously confident with the car at this point. And because, again, of the sea level, you know, us racing at such a higher sea level, and McLaren running a Mercedes power unit, they're not losing as much time, McLaren, as they would do at other tracks. And McLaren obviously do have a more draggy car, which I don't think is also hurt. Well, I don't think that hurts as much here, having a draggy car compared to other cars. So yeah, that does help McLaren quite a bit. And for Daniel Ricciardo, Ricciardo does have good history around this circuit. He out-qualified Norris, I think, here last year in Q3. I think he ended up in P7, did Ricciardo on the grid. Obviously ruined that by crashing into Valtteri Bottas at the first corner. But in, in other years, obviously got pole position here in 2018 for Red Bull. Was brilliant in... what was it? What year was it? Was it 2015? I think he qualified 3rd or 4th here, and then ended up accidentally clipping the rear tyre of Sebastian Vettel at the start. Another clumsy error there for Ricciardo, but he's always had good pace here, is the point I'm trying to make with Daniel Ricciardo. Maybe not as much pace as certain teammates he's had in the past, such as Max Verstappen, who has really dominated this Grand Prix event. But yeah, Ricciardo should be better at a track like this. Whether he actually will, I don't know. His pace in practice 3 wasn't too bad. Wasn't great. Wasn't as good as it should be in general, but it wasn't anything too bad. And if he produced that type of pace in comparison to his teammate Norris in qualifying, I don't think he would do that bad at all. And I know people may say, well, Chaz, he ended up 0.8 of a second slower. Have to remember, though, on his quickest lap, he made quite a big mistake. On the or in the final sector, did Ricciardo a couple big-ish errors. Turn 12, he went too deep and went off the track. And then in the final corner, almost lost the car a couple times. So I'm sure Ricciardo could have gone quite a bit quicker than he actually did. Probably, say, half a second quicker than he actually did. So, yeah. There's some good pace there for Ricciardo, but whether he actually produces it, who the fuck knows? We will see in qualifying. As for Alpine, I was not expecting them to be, you know, amazing this weekend or anything like that. But, yeah, they weren't looking that special in practice 3. Both cars outside the top 10. Ocon in 11th and Fernando Alonso in 13th place. If that's what they ended up with in qualifying, they would be very disappointed with that, of course, because McLaren are still only 11 points behind Alpine in the championship in a crucial battle for 4th place in the championship. So, yeah, they need to get, given their pace is not looking too great, they need to get at least one car into Q3 to grab some sort of result here. One thing that is helping, though, is Aston Martin don't seem to be anywhere near as quick as we expected. Sebastian Vettel was complaining a lot about the brakes and the all-around balance of the car being quite bad in practice 3, so maybe Aston Martin will improve upon that. I'm not sure. But if they don't, Aston Martin, that will help Alpine, give them one less team to worry about in this session. And as we know this season, Alpine do tend to be quicker than what you call it, than the Aston Martin team in qualifying. Aston Martin don't tend to be massively quick on a Saturday. But yeah, Alpine, it's looking a bit 50-50 as to whether they can get both cars into Q3. I think they'll probably end up with one car into Q3, say Alonso, and then Ocon will probably just miss out in 11th or 12th place. But all they've got to do is limit the damage if, Norris is as quick in qualifying as I expect him to be. They've just got to limit the damage here in qualifying and hope that things more so go their way in the race. Quickly for Alfa Romeo, pace not looking too bad. Valtteri Bottas was in the top 10 again, just like he was in practice 1 as well. So Bottas is a driver to look out for, and not just because, he's shown good pace this weekend. Do remember, he was on pole position last year, and ahead, obviously, of his GOAT of a teammate, Lewis Hamilton. So, yeah, he did a great job in qualifying. Obviously, it was very unfortunate what happened to him at the start of the race. But he's got some good speed around here, which is good to see. Zhou Guanyu has looked okay so far. I think we have to remember Zhou, I don't think he's ever raced around here before, so he's not got a lot of experience around this track. So we'll see how he does in qualifying. I doubt he'll be as good as what Valtteri Bottas can do, to be honest. But yeah, if you're looking out for Alfa Romeo, really the driver you need to look out for is Valtteri Bottas, because he looks as though he could be a contender for getting into Q3. For Haas F1, Mick Schumacher does look to be quite a bit quicker than Kevin Magnussen so far this weekend. Magnussen has been horrendous so far this weekend, and Magnussen has a 5-place penalty anyway, we believe, for a new ICE. So yeah, the real focus for Haas F1 is Mick today. Didn't have a great practice 3. He had a spin at turn 11. If he keeps it on track, though, from what I saw in practice 3, it looks as though he might be able to sneak into Q2 and maybe finish up, 13th, 14th, which wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, looking at the Haas car, really, it doesn't look anywhere near quick enough to be in the top 10 here in qualifying. Maybe I'll be surprised and proven wrong. I'd love to be, especially if Mick could get into Q3, but yeah, looking at what I've seen so far this weekend, I'd be surprised if Haas actually got into Q3. And kind of the same would go for AlphaTauri as well, even though Yuki Tsunoda ended up in 9th place in practice 3. But I'm not sure necessarily how much to read into that, because, Alpine were just behind. Maybe they could go quicker. Maybe Aston Martin could go quicker, so maybe Tsunoda isn't maybe as quick as what we saw in that practice session. I'm not sure. But their pace looks decent, nothing special. It looks as though AlphaTauri will probably get both cars into Q2. But yeah, Q3, I'm not sure if they'll be able to get into Q3, to be honest. But yeah. We'll see whether I'm proven wrong. I could absolutely be proven wrong. AlphaTauri have had a few Q3 appearances in the last few races, which have been surprising. So maybe we'll see something like that in this qualifying session coming up. And I'll quickly go into the final 2 teams, because I do want to poll you guys as to who you guys think will be on pole. For Aston Martin, yeah, we expected them to be pretty quick here. They've been in quite good form as of late. And they've had a pretty quick car as of late as well. Last weekend in Austin, they had the quickest midfield car in the race. They were very, very quick compared to the other midfield teams. But so far this weekend, the balance of the car does not look to be good. Vettel was locking up everywhere on his laps in practice 3. And the general pace of the Aston Martin was pretty slow as well. So we might see a bit of a poor qualifying effort here for Aston Martin, unfortunately. Because, obviously, they are in a big fight with Alfa Romeo for 6th place in the championship. And Aston Martin, as I'll get into right before qualifying, Aston Martin are only 3 points behind Alfa Romeo in the championship. So, yeah, it's critical moments with only 3 races to go in 2022, but we'll see how they do. But I don't think they'll be as quick as I was expecting in qualifying trim here. And finally is Williams. Alex Albon was in 10th place in practice 3. If he keeps that up in qualifying, he'll be the star of the show. No doubt about it. But I'm not expecting a Q3 appearance for Albon. Maybe he'll sneak into Q2, but I'm still going to go for a Q1 elimination for both cars. But maybe I will be wrong with Alex Albon. But, oh, the stream, I think, might have just froze there for a second. My OBS did freeze for about 5 seconds or so. Thankfully, it's not frozen anymore. I would have got my anxiety going. But, right, I've got back onto the pictures that you'll be seeing during the watch-along itself. And we have just under 10 minutes to go, guys, until qualifying begins. So what I'm going to do is a poll. I'm going to ask you guys, who do you think will get pole? Who do you think will get pole in Mexico? And the options I'm going to go for are Verstappen, Russell. Sorry, let me do that again. The options I'm going to go for are Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, and Leclerc when I put this poll out for you guys to vote on. So let me just quickly do that. And then I will submit it to you guys right now. So make sure, guys, to vote on that poll at the top of the chat. I accidentally forgot to put a question mark at the end of the question there, but let me know in that poll at the top of the live chat. Hopefully you can see it. It's in, big blue. Let me know in that poll, who do you think is getting pole position? My prediction is Max Verstappen. Let me know who you think. Will it be Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, or Leclerc? The reason I've excluded Sainz and Perez is because I just don't think it's very likely. Sainz, yeah, he got pole last weekend, but I'm not sure that's as likely this weekend, given the pace of certain other drivers and cars. And, oh, my OBS froze again there briefly. This isn't great. And what do you call it? For Sergio Perez, I mean, yeah, it's his home Grand Prix, but we know he's not at his best in qualifying. Yeah, I'll wait, say, a couple more minutes to see what you guys, who you guys vote for out of Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, Leclerc. Again, go to the top of the chat on the right-hand side and make sure to vote in that poll. Who do you think gets pole position? Looks as though Max Verstappen is winning for the moment. And Max Verstappen is my bet. But Lewis Hamilton is not too far behind. I'll end the poll probably in a couple minutes' time. And then I'll get into the final little bits of build-up before we get into qualifying in just over 5 minutes' time. So Lando Norris and George Russell already in their garages, ready to get out there. And Sergio Perez almost suited and booted as well. So we've got 50 votes so far in that poll. Let's try and get another 30 to 40 votes, considering we've got just over 300 people watching. And, yeah, I'll end the poll probably in the next 90 seconds or so. So let's try and get, 30 or 40 more votes if we can. I want to get a decent share of votes compared to viewers. As George Russell, who's topped 2 of the practice sessions this weekend, looking pretty relaxed at the back of the Mercedes garage. He is a pretty relaxed guy, is Russell. Hasn't been driving too well as of late, but is looking, thankfully, pretty quick here. And we know he has a reputation for unbelievable qualifying laps. That's why they call him Mr. Saturday. And yeah, I'll wait, another 30 seconds or so, and then I'll end the poll. As well, we're on 90 likes at the minute. Let's try and get up to 100 likes if we can. So if you've not liked the video yet, then make sure to do so, because obviously it does help out the channel in terms of growth. And as well, again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. I'll be live tomorrow at 6 p.m. UK time for the race preview. Then at 7:30 p.m. UK time, we go into the race watch-along until 10 p.m. The race starts again at 8 p.m. UK time. And then I'll be doing a 1-hour reaction after with you guys. So make sure to come along for that tomorrow. Let's end the poll. And right, so let me read out the results. So 80 votes in total, decent amount of votes considering we've got just under 300 watching. And by the way, cheers for getting it over 100 likes, very much appreciated. So here is the results of that poll. You guys think Max Verstappen will be on pole most likely, 37% of the vote he got. Hamilton was in second on 31%, Russell third on 21%, and Leclerc 10%. So, yeah. That's a good close vote there, because normally when I do polls, normally most of it will go towards just one driver or one team. But I think now, with the F1 intro playing, we are now going to get into this session. But before I do, let me just quickly get into the championship standings before this Mexico City Grand Prix qualifying session. So, Max Verstappen, of course, is already the world champion. Leclerc only 2 points clear of Sergio Perez in third. That's still a big fight going on there. George Russell fourth, now 16 points clear of Carlos Sainz in fifth. Lewis Hamilton now only 4 points behind Sainz in sixth. Lando Norris is in seventh place. Esteban Ocon is eighth, with Alonso in ninth and Valtteri Bottas 10th. Alonso getting close now to passing Ocon in the championship. Whether he will or not, we'll have to see. And of course, only 3 races to go. And on the constructor side, Red Bull, of course, now constructors world champions. Ferrari second, Mercedes third, and it will probably finish that way. Alpine are fourth and only 11 points clear of McLaren in fifth. Alfa Romeo are sixth and only 3 points clear of Aston Martin in seventh. Haas are eighth and 1 point clear of AlphaTauri in ninth. And Williams are last in the championship. One thing I will do quickly to help the smoothability of my stream is delete this video that played earlier, because that'll probably help the stream run a bit better. Anyway, let's get rid of all of this, and now let's get into qualifying. And there are the drivers, obviously, on the left-hand side of your screen. That's how it finished in practice 3. Will it finish the same here? And let me just adjust that picture of Lewis Hamilton. And the air temperature, by the way, 24 degrees Celsius, so 5 degrees warmer, the air temperature, in terms of Celsius, than it was earlier in practice 3. And, of course, Q1 will be an 18-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 17-minute mark. By the way, apologies if there is any buffering. YouTube is telling me that there might be some buffering issues, but I don't believe there are anymore. I think they're maybe just overreacting there. But Q1 gets underway in just over 2 minutes' time. But one thing I will do quickly is get out my dotted line. I do promise, by the way, next year I will have a new system in place for this whole, line to show where the drop-off zone is. Because, yeah, I don't want to have to do it manually all the time. Let me leave it like that and pull it across. So, yeah, F1 below that dotted line on the left-hand side of your screen, where the running order is. We just increase it to that size. Anyone below that dotted line, obviously at the end of the Q1 session, will be out in Q1 and starting in those bottom 5 positions. As the session getting underway in a minute's time. Max Verstappen already in his car. Looks as though he'll be straight out onto the track, which is good to see. Normally, the top drivers will wait a few minutes for the track to rubber up a slight bit more and then get out there and get their laps in. Great to see such a big crowd from many places, not just Mexico, but South America as well. Obviously, we are going to South America in 2 weeks' time for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And talking of South America, rumours are that we might be having a Colombian Grand Prix in 2024 or 2025. That's what a highly respected F1 journalist has said. Albert Fabrega, a Spanish journalist who, again, he's very highly respected and he does get his information right a lot of the time. He said that South Africa might not be on the calendar for 2024 and it's not looking great for them. But Colombia, apparently at the moment, doing the right things to be on the calendar for 2024 or 2025. We'll see how that goes as the session begins in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I believe I've got the timer actually synced up bang on time. Nope, I'm actually a second slower. So I will do it again at the 17-minute mark. I was just a second off there in my timing. Brabham says, I have no idea how we can fit another race in. I mean, yeah. I mean, this year, obviously, 22 races it's been. Was supposed to be 23 races. Obviously, the Russian Grand Prix was cancelled and not replaced. And yeah, next year 24 races, but we're already hearing talk of 25 races, possibly for 2024. So yeah, more races to the calendar are coming. That is for sure. So we've got a couple cars already on the track. Haas of Kevin Magnussen and the other Haas of Mick Schumacher. And there you go. Synced up now. 17 minutes to go in Q1. As Fernando Alonso there in the garage. And he did, by the way, if you are wondering, what happened to his penalty situation in America. His 7th place was reinstated because Alpine requested a right of review of Haas's protest and whether it was admissible or not. And the FIA decided that the Haas protest was submitted too late, so Alonso ended up keeping his 7th position. As now, Mick Schumacher, I think, has begun the first lap here in qualifying, as we've got also Alex Albon, Lance Stroll, and Nicholas Latifi on the track. For some reason, they're showing Albon on his outlap when we've actually got drivers on a flying lap, so I don't understand why we're seeing this on the F1 broadcast. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know, maybe Williams are paying the FOM to show him for a minute or so, get him some sort of airtime. Yeah, Haas, they are out there doing flying laps at the moment as Sebastian Vettel in the second Aston Martin now joins the circuit as well. And it appears we are going to be watching Alex Albon on his flying lap here as he exits the stadium section. Does Albon? And now begins his first flying lap in qualifying. Was 10th in practice 3. If he replicates that today, that would be something special from Albon as he comes down the pit straight into turn 1. 345 kilometers an hour. That is monstrously quick. And he has backed off. Not sure why. I didn't see a mistake into turn 1. Maybe he's just having to warm up the tyres for another lap. But Mick Schumacher has done the first time of the session. Alex Albon, even though he backed off, actually did a purple first sector. So I'm assuming Mick Schumacher has not done that quick of a first lap either. Either. in the Haas. So Schumacher currently quickest, and the only time on the board so far. As we've got now Tsunoda, Gasly, and Ricciardo onto the circuit. As, yeah, Alex Albon, he's not travelling very quickly on this lap, on this secondary warm-up lap, but he is actually going to go quicker than Mick Schumacher, even though he's travelling a bit slower. So, Albon, as he comes out of the final corner now, goes quickest by 2.7 seconds, but again, we haven't had any proper laps so far. So, Albon is quickest. And we've got Latifi in second as Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz and Norris are now out on the track as Mick Schumacher does his first proper time of the day of the qualifying session, a 1:21.0, which is pretty slow. And Lance Stroll actually does a 21.6 and goes, 0.6 of a second slower. So not very quick there. They'll have to go quicker than that if they're going to get into Q2. As in practice 3, the quickest times we saw was a 1:18.3. As Kevin Magnussen goes second for Haas F1. So let me just update that quickly. So Schumacher, Magnussen, and now Vettel up to third place as the Red Bull here of Sergio Perez pushing quite hard on his outlap to generate tyre temperature as he now begins his first flying lap ahead, or in front rather, of the adoring crowd as Alex Albon now goes quickest on a 1:20.8 in the Williams. There's Albon, Schumacher, Magnussen, Vettel, and then Latifi is in 5th place ahead of Stroll, so only 6 times on the board so far, and yeah, I think we'll see a lot of improvement from those drivers. Sergio Perez, slower than Alex Albon in the first sector by 0.06 of a second, as he runs a bit wide on the second part of turn 6, and now comes into the middle sector. Perez, car looking good. And obviously, he'll be a lot quicker than Albon in this sector. Had quite a big moment in turn 10, though. And Gasly is now second. Perez 0.4 of a second up on Albon. But, not a great lap so far. Definitely could have gone quite a bit quicker with this lap. As Yuki Tsunoda now goes quickest. And Sergio Perez goes even quicker than him as Max's are sliding so much. And Perez quickest on a 1:20.4. Perez did a 1:9. What do you call it? What lap time did he do, Perez, in practice 3? It was a 1:19.0 or something, wasn't it? It was in the 1:19s. As Leclerc immediately goes into the 1:19s on a 1:19.5, which is a lot more like it for the first run in Q1. And 0.9 of a second quicker than Sergio Perez, as Tsunoda is in 3rd place. Let me just update. That is a replay of Max Verstappen into turn 1, getting some oversteer and losing quite a bit of time there. More oversteer in turn 3 as well, and then he had to back off on his lap, and that's why Max was saying, I'm sliding so much. But now starts another lap. And car's still moving around quite a bit, though, on the exit of turn 3. And we've had 10 times on the board so far. I mean, Hamilton, Russell, Ricciardo, Norris, Verstappen, Sainz, they've done lap times, but they're like 20 seconds off the pace or more. So I wouldn't say they're proper lap times. Lewis Hamilton does a brilliant first sector. 0.3 of a second, almost quicker than Leclerc straight away. As Ricciardo goes 3rd for McLaren Let me just update that quickly. And yeah, Ricciardo up to third. As Max Verstappen is a tenth of a second up on Leclerc after the first two sectors on this flying lap. Hamilton, though, going about half a tenth quicker than Verstappen, as they're both on their first proper flying laps of qualifying. As Carlos Sainz goes second, about half a tenth slower than Leclerc. Max Verstappen now goes quickest. What does Lewis Hamilton do? Hamilton loses a lot of time to Verstappen in the final sector and goes third. Hamilton lost about 3.5 tenths to Verstappen and ends up 0.3 of a second slower than Max in the for the lap there, as Max is now quickest on a 1:19.2. And Hamilton up to third. Carlos Sainz is up to fourth place. Let me just update that quickly. As we've got the Alpines and Alfa Romeos on their first flying laps now. And we've got George Russell up in fifth for Mercedes. As Esteban Ocon comes around the final corner to the line and goes up to sixth place and puts Alonso down to seventh. So good first runs there for Alpine. So yeah, Ocon is sixth and Alonso is seventh, as Bottas just went up to third place. What a lap that is by Valtteri Bottas. Up to third. I'll update that on the screen for you guys in a moment. So yeah, Alonso up to seventh, as Russell's saying traffic, lots of understeer locking fronts everywhere. Not great to hear that if you're a Mercedes fan. But Bottas is, yeah, up to P3. And Bottas only 0.3 of a second slower than Max Verstappen. Again, Bottas on pole position last year. So we know he's got good pace around this circuit. So let me just complete, though, the top 10 on the screen. So currently, with just under 7 minutes to go, it is Verstappen, Leclerc, Bottas, Hamilton, Sainz, Russell, Ocon, Alonso, and then Norris in 9th and Perez in 10th. That is your top 10 currently in Q1. And then we've got Zhou in 11th for Alfa Romeo. I'm sure Zhou can do a bit better than that. He's almost a second slower than Bottas, his teammate. Gasly is 12th for AlphaTauri, with Ricciardo 13th, Tsunoda 14th, and Lance Stroll is 15th. So currently in the drop zone with 6 minutes to go, and obviously desperately needing to get out, it is Mick Schumacher 16th, Alex Albon 17th, Sebastian Vettel 18th, Kevin Magnussen 19th, and Nicholas Latifi in 20th. And by the looks of it, Aston Martin, Haas, and Williams are the three slowest teams here, at least in qualifying trim, as Sergio Perez is the only man on an outlap on the track. I am wrong. Actually, the two Haases are as well, as Sergio Perez begins, hopefully, a flying lap. Currently P10, and obviously they want to make sure that he does properly get into Q2. He's a bit too close to the drop-off zone. As Perez into the first corner. And looks good through turn 1, 2, and 3. Very settled, pretty quick. And let's see what his first sector time is like compared to Max Verstappen. He's actually quicker by 0.04 of a second. So good so far. And second part of turn 6 there doesn't run as wide by the looks of it as he did previously. And let's see if he has a moment again in the S's as he comes into him now. And no, much better this time, much smoother. And his middle sector time is only a tenth of a second slower than Max Verstappen, so he'll probably go second, third, maybe fourth with this lap at the worst as he comes through. Turn 13, 14, 15, and 16. And Sergio Perez to the line goes only 6th. That's a poor final sector there. Lost 3, almost 4 tenths of a second for Max Verstappen. So Perez up to 6th, but that should be good enough to see him get into with just under 4 minutes to go in Q1. That should be good enough for Perez to get into Q2. I don't think the cars in the drop zone at the moment are going to gain a second with their next laps, as Carlos Sainz replay of him in turn 8, losing the rear end a bit as he got a bit too straddled on the curb. And now we're looking at Mick Schumacher, who's just completing another timed run, and he actually does Mick Schumacher gain well over a second and goes up to 6th place. Does Mick Schumacher. What a lap there by the German. And Kevin Magnussen goes 11th. So I'm guessing with 3 minutes to go, that's possibly Haas's attempts at getting into Q2 over and done with. Will it be enough? Oh, Mick Schumacher has had his time deleted for some sort of track limit violation. So Mick Schumacher is back down to 17th. So if he doesn't do another run, then he's definitely out of Q1. Or out in Q1, rather. So down to 17th now. And Magnussen goes up to P10. Not sure, though, if that'll be enough for Magnussen, as Valtteri Bottas, currently in 3rd, and Zhou Guanyu, currently in 12th, come out onto the track. Looks as though Ferrari is staying in the pits. Lewis Hamilton is out on the track on an outlap. So is Russell, Ocon, Alonso, Norris. And we've got, Gasly, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Stroll, Vettel, Albon, Latifi as well out there. But I'm not sure if they're on proper flying laps. Maybe just a warm-up lap with 2 minutes to go. Here's a replay of Mick Schumacher. And yeah, time deleted, turn 2, lap 9. Let's see. And yeah, he did go, I think, all 4 wheels over. I'd be curious to see, though, the difference between him and the other drivers through that corner and see, just how close the other drivers are getting to exceeding track limits, because it is very close through that turn 2 where they jump over the flattened sausage curb. As there was a yellow flag there briefly, but not anymore. As Pierre Gasly starts his final attempt in Q1, currently 13th, can he stay in qualifying and have a go at getting into Q3? Let's see. As he heads into turn 1 now. Gasly, of course, qualified, was it 5th at last year's Mexican Grand Prix? And finished in 4th place. So, has great memories of this place. Let's see if we can replicate some of that form as he's up on Max Verstappen through the first sector. So very good first sector there. Mick Schumacher, by the way, is on another timed run, as Alex Albon has done a very good first sector compared to Yuki Tsunoda. And Gasly through the middle sector. Car looks decent, nothing special, but is it good enough to get him into Q2? Middle sector compared to Max Verstappen looks good. He's only half a second down. As second bite of getting the car into turn 12. I thought he was going to run wide there. Thankfully, he did not. As Esteban Ocon moves up there. Yuki Tsunoda is now up to 8th place in the AlphaTauri. And he's actually been moved down by Lando Norris, who's moved up. Pierre Gasly has gone up to 12th. So Gasly up to 12th position. As Mick Schumacher goes 14th. Alex Albon stays in 18th. Daniel Ricciardo goes up to 13th place. Lewis Hamilton has done a purple middle sector on his lap. He's 0.3 of a second up on Verstappen in that sector. Sebastian Vettel only goes 16th and he's out in Q1. Stroll, can he get into Q2? No, he stays in 18th. Can Zhou Guanyu possibly, though, get into Q2? He's still got one final sector to go and he's 0.02 of a second up on Mick Schumacher after 2 sectors as Lewis Hamilton goes quickest by 0.5 of a second. And here comes Zhou through the final corner. Has he done enough? To the line he comes. And he has done enough. Zhou Guanyu is in to Q2. And that pushes Mick Schumacher out in Q1. So let me go through the final finishing order of qualifying 1. So into Q2, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Valtteri Bottas, Carlos Sainz, George Russell, Sergio Perez, Lando Norris, Yuki Tsunoda, Esteban Ocon, Fernando Alonso, Pierre Gasly, Daniel Ricciardo, Zhou Guanyu, and Kevin Magnussen. And then knockdown Q1 guys, Mick Schumacher, Sebastian Vettel, Lance Stroll, Alex Albon, and Nicholas Latifi. And Q2 will get underway in probably 2 to 3 minutes from now. Yeah, Aston Martin, what a disappointment that was. 17th and 18th. This time last week, they were stunningly quick in Austin. And now they're starting tomorrow's race pretty much from the back of the field. They've got a lot of work to do tomorrow if they're going to get any points, put it that way. Obviously, Q2 will be a 15-minute long session. And I'll just get the dotted line out so I can display it on screen for obviously where the drop zone is in Q2 for any new viewers so they understand a bit better. And let me just adjust that briefly. There you go. I think that's all right. Actually, we have a second go at that. Trying to get it in just the right position. Yeah, I think that's just about right. So obviously, in between the 2 dotted lines on the left-hand side of the screen, whoever's in those positions, which is currently Alonso, Gasly, Ricciardo, Zhou, Magnussen, from 11th to 15th, if they're in those positions at the end of Q2, then they'll be out in those positions. They'll be starting from those positions as well. The only driver that we believe, or that we know, has a penalty for tomorrow's race. Actually, 2 drivers, I forgot. Kevin Magnussen has a 5-place grid penalty for a new ICE component to his power unit. And Lance Stroll has a 3-place grid penalty for his causing a collision in the US Grand Prix last weekend with Fernando Alonso. So, yeah. Stroll will probably start at the back with Magnussen 19th. And then it will be 2 Williamses 17th and 18th. And then probably Vettel, Schumacher and Vettel in 15th and 16th position for tomorrow's race. Kevin Magnussen, I'm not expecting really to get any higher than 14th place here, so I'm pretty sure Magnussen will start the race on the back row of the grid at the very best. And I'll just quickly see if there's any news I can bring you guys from Twitter, from the F1 world, of course. Chris Medland did say about 30 minutes ago that there was a 60% chance of rain for qualifying. Well, if you're watching qualifying, you'll know that, yeah, I don't think we're going to get that because conditions looking pretty good. It can change pretty quickly, though, I think, in this part of the world, but yeah. And it's a shame, by the way, for Mick Schumacher. I mean, at the end of the day, it is his mistake, so he has to blame himself. As, by the way, Mick Schumacher and Sebastian Vettel, I'm just being told from Twitter, set the exact same lap time in Q1. So Schumacher will start ahead of him because Schumacher set that time first. And it's a shame for Schumacher and Haas because Schumacher did go up to 6th place ahead of Sergio Perez, and if he had not had his time deleted for that lap he did, Schumacher would have got into Q2 pretty easily. He would have been comfortably in the top 10. So a shame there for Haas, but yeah, Schumacher just a bit too aggressive in cutting the corner at turn 2. And Q2, yeah, will be getting started in the next minute or so, I guess. As we're now looking at, I think that was Daniel Ricciardo we were looking at the McLaren garage, who got through, thankfully, to Q2. Obviously, in Q1 last weekend in Austin, he ended up knocked out in, I think, 17th place. So, at least that is, you know, some sort of progress for the Australian. As the Mexican crowd still going wild, which is good to see. And obviously, they can't wait for Q3 to see how their man Sergio Perez does, but it's not looking for certain, even after Q1, who has the best car and who is the favourite for pole here. It really is a three-way fight between Mercedes, Red Bull and Ferrari, and we could have any of 6 drivers potentially on pole position. As Mercedes mechanics waiting to release the tyre blankets to let Lewis Hamilton out on the circuit. I can see Esteban Gutierrez there in the background, still with Mercedes, I think, as a simulator driver. Session has begun, by the way. We're about 25 seconds in, so I'll sync up the timing for the session in half a minute. But yeah, no one coming out onto the circuit as of late. And someone has got a Sergio Perez mannequin or whatever thing you call it, something board you call it. And I'll get the timer on screen right now. There you go. 14 minutes to go in Q2. And yeah, currently no cars on track. But yeah, give it another minute or so, minute and a half, and I'm sure we'll get some cars on the circuit. There's Fernando Alonso in the garage. Obviously ended up in 11th. And yeah, Alpine still not looking too quick from what I saw in Q1. They don't look slow, but they don't look, you know, as quick as they have done most of the season. As there's a interesting character in the AlphaTauri pits, I think it is. Yeah, it is. As still nobody heads out onto the circuit. The city that has it all, Mexico City, it says there in the stadium section on the advertising. In the infield of the stadium section. As Lewis Hamilton is about to come out onto the circuit on, obviously, the soft compound tyres. He's just waiting for the perfect time to get out onto track. And there you go. Lewis Hamilton now joins the circuit as Lance Stroll depressingly walking to the FIA garage area to weigh himself. As Hamilton already warming his tyres up, even on the pit exit with the white line still there, so clearly feeling the need to get the tyres fired up, as the 2 Mercedes are now on track, and they are joined by, I believe, the 2 Red Bulls as well. Lewis Hamilton has not had pole position since the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix in 2021, which was almost a full year ago. It was the first week of December in 2021. So, yeah, about, almost 5 weeks away from being an exact year. So, yeah, a long time, given how many poles he's had, over 100 in F1. A long time since a Lewis Hamilton pole position that, you know, since I started doing these watch-alongs in the mid-part 2018, felt like an inevitability that Lewis Hamilton was going to get at least 10 pole positions a season back then. But, yeah, for the Mercedes team, it's only been 1 pole position in 19 races so far. But can they do so today? We'll find out probably obviously in Q3. As Lewis Hamilton now begins his first lap in Q2, and he's now heading down the pit straight as everyone is on track now except for Carlos Sainz, Esteban Ocon, and Fernando Alonso. As Hamilton through turn 1, 2, and 3, car looks pretty good, got to say, as he now comes to the end of Sector 1. And his first sector time is very good at 27.7. I think Verstappen's best first sector time was a 28.0 in Q1. So that's a very good first sector for Hamilton. And was quicker than Russell in the first sector. As Hamilton now comes through the end of the S's and the end of the middle sector where the Mercedes car is very competitive. Opens the DRS for the 3rd time, down to turn 12. And yeah, that Mercedes car, you can tell, looking at it, it looks very, very nice around here as Russell actually goes quicker than Hamilton in the middle sector. I think Hamilton, though, might still be quicker, though, for the entire lap as Lewis Hamilton goes quickest on a 1:18.5, which is almost the quickest time we have seen so far this weekend, and Russell goes second about 0.013 of a second. I think he's gone slower than Hamilton, so it's a 1-2 for Mercedes. And yeah, Russell did the quickest time of the weekend so far in practice 3, which was a 1:18.3. Tsunoda has gone 3rd. Sergio Perez clearly or surely is on a warm-up lap because he's only gone 4th. With his best lap as Max Verstappen, with his first lap in Q2, goes 3rd. 0.4 of a second almost, slower than Lewis Hamilton. Daniel Ricciardo now goes up to 4th. Good first lap there for the Australian. Lando Norris replaces him in 4th and goes a couple tenths of a second quicker. And Valtteri Bottas, let's see what he does. He goes 3rd. He goes ahead of Max Verstappen. What a lap by Bottas. He was obviously finished 4th in Q1. And now he's up to 3rd in Q2. So it's currently Hamilton, Russell, Bottas, Verstappen, Norris, Ricciardo. And then Tsunoda in 7th as Charles Leclerc begins his first lap in Q2. Or first proper lap in Q2. So yes, Tsunoda is 7th with Perez in 8th. And then we've got Zhou in 9th place with Gasly in P10 and Kevin Magnussen in P11. Leclerc, Sainz, Alonso and Ocon have not done a first proper time yet in this session, but currently a Mercedes 1-2 and an Alfa Romeo up in 3rd place. And also they've got Alfa Romeo Zhou up in 9th, so looking good for the Alfa Romeo team. And if they got, Bottas high up in Q3 and Zhou had a decent qualifying, that'd be a great result for Alfa Romeo in, obviously, their battle with Aston Martin for 6th in the championship as the Ferraris have not done a purple first sector, but that's not the most important sector here. Leclerc, about 0.3 or so slower than Hamilton in the middle sector, or after the first 2 sectors so far. So this is not a terrible lap, but it's not going to put him P1 or P2. He's probably going to go 3rd or 4th or 5th rather with this lap as Leclerc comes to the line now and he goes 5th, 5.5 tenths slower than Hamilton. Ferrari do not look quick at all, you got to say. Carlos Sainz comes to the line and only goes up to 7th place. That is disappointing. And I think one reason, as the Alpines complete their first times of Q2, let me just go through that, Fernando Alonso goes 8th, and Esteban Ocon goes 5th for Alpine. What a lap by Ocon. So Ocon is up to 5th. Alonso will now be down in 9th place. The reason I think Ferrari are not too quick is because, again, the Ferrari power unit is the most powerful on the grid. And because obviously at this Grand Prix, because we're so high above sea level, the power unit differences are eliminated, and that's not helping Ferrari today, especially compared to Mercedes, who are a few horsepower down on what Ferrari have. As, yeah, Leclerc had a bit of a scruffy middle sector there. And, yeah, car just... And we've seen it all weekend, actually, with Ferrari. The car just wiggling around way too much in the middle sector when the Red Bull is pretty solid and comfortable, and the Mercedes looks pretty comfortable and quick as well. So, yeah, Ferrari not looking very quick right now. But let me quickly, as we've got all the cars in the pits except for Sergio Perez, who's actually in the drop zone, let's go through, with 5 minutes to go, who is currently making it into Q3. So currently on their way into Q3, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Valtteri Bottas, Max Verstappen, Esteban Ocon, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, Carlos Sainz, Fernando Alonso and Daniel Ricciardo. And in the drop zone, needing to get their way out, Yuki Tsunoda, Sergio Perez, Zhou Guanyu, Pierre Gasly and Kevin Magnussen. Important to remember is that Tsunoda has to find another 0.3 of a second just to get ahead of Ricciardo in 10th. Ricciardo does have a decent buffer for the cars in the drop zone. Sergio Perez should make it into Q3 here, I've got to say. But, yeah. Red Bull, you've got to say as well, not looking as quick as expected. And Mercedes, at the minute, looking very, very good. And if this is truly the pace here in qualifying that we are seeing, then I don't see how Mercedes don't get pole position here if this is truly their pace compared to Red Bull and Ferrari. Because they're not just quicker than Red Bull and Ferrari, they are quite a bit quicker. Then I would even say, considering it's only a 1 minute 18 lap time per lap, they're pretty far ahead of everyone else in this session, even with the shorter lap. As Perez has begun his final attempt in Q2, surely Perez gets into Q3. As he now begins his run up to the first sector time beam. How is he doing compared to Ricciardo? He's a 1/10 of a second up on the McLaren. And he now comes through turn 5 as well. And looks good through turn 6. Yeah, Perez should be fine here. I'm sure he'll be quite a bit up on Ricciardo after the middle sector time beam is completed for Perez, as he's just coming through the end of the S's, turn 10 and 11. And compared to Ricciardo, yeah, 6.5 tenths quicker. So Perez will probably go up to 3rd or 4th, maybe 5th at worst with this lap. And this should get him into Q3, to be honest, as everyone else on an out lap, except for the 2 Mercedes and Perez, who's about to complete this lap. And Perez goes 3rd, and only 0.06 of a second slower he was than than Lewis Hamilton. So good lap there for Perez, and yeah, that should get him into Q3. I'd be amazed if it didn't. That's the crowd cheer him on, doing a good lap there. And we'll see in the final 2 minutes what the rest of the drivers have. As Perez now cools down on this lap. He may go for one final lap, but I think he may only do that if Red Bull think that there is a possibility that he might be put into the drop zone. But he should be, like I said, he should be fine to get into Q3. As we enter the final 90 seconds. And Carlos Sainz we're now looking at, who is currently in 9th place. Yes, 9th for Ferrari and only 7th for Charles Leclerc. He seeks to improve on that lap as he oversteered a tad on the exit of turn 3. Not a great run. What's his first sector looking like? It's an improvement on what he's done previously, but it's still a 1/10.5 slower than Lewis Hamilton. As Kevin Magnussen has done a good first sector. He's a 10th up almost on Alonso in the first sector. Alonso now in 10th, and that's obviously the time that the people in the drop zone need to improve on of Alonso's if they want to get into Q3 possibly. As Carlos Sainz exits the assist section, and he's still a 1/10.5 slower than Hamilton, so the track is improving quite a bit with its grip. And he should here go up to potentially 3rd place. Max Verstappen, though, now goes 3rd. And 1,000th of a second only slower than George Russell. Carlos Sainz now comes to the line and goes up to 2nd. So Mercedes are good, but in that final sector, they are definitely not as quick as Ferrari and Red Bull. As Kevin Magnussen only goes 14th. And Zhou now only goes 12th, so that's him done. Gasly still in 15th. Can he get into Q3? No, he cannot. He is out in 14th position. We've still got Tsunoda, Alonso, Ricciardo on laps. Ricciardo has not improved his first or second sector. Tsunoda finishes up in 13th. Good job, though, out qualifying Gasly. Alonso finishes up in P10. And Daniel Ricciardo misses out in the end in P11. Did not improve on his lap as Charles Leclerc has done a purple middle sector but decides to come back into the pit lane. So let me just update the final finishing order of Q2. So let me just get it correct. And I think I've got it correct now. Yes, I have. So, that's Q2 done with, guys. The drivers going into Q3 are Lewis Hamilton, Carlos Sainz, George Russell, Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Valtteri Bottas, Esteban Ocon, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, and Fernando Alonso. But knocked out in Q2, Daniel Ricciardo, Zhou Guanyu, Yuki Tsunoda, Pierre Gasly, and Kevin Magnussen. Yeah, Q2 over and done with. And Q3 will be underway in the next 2 to 4 minutes, I would say. And yeah, we are going to have a thrilling fight for pole position here. Because again, any one of 6 drivers could get pole. And that's exactly what we want in Formula 1. Multiple choice as to who could end up getting the top prize here on this Saturday. One driver I'm looking out for here, though, is Valtteri Bottas, because he has been very quick in qualifying so far. And as well, one thing we have to remember for tomorrow's race that I will try to remember and make sure to mention tomorrow again is that he has saved at least 1 set of tyres for tomorrow's race. Because he didn't do, I think, a final running qualifying there, or if he did go out on track, he didn't do a final flying lap. So he's, he's got a couple scrubbed sets of tyres that haven't had an absolute pounding on a flying lap. So I'll just adjust the picture there for Leclerc. But yeah, I'm looking out for Bottas. I think if you're going to see a real big surprise here, Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo is the man to look out for. Because he looks very, very quick. Just want to say quickly though, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we'll be live tomorrow at 6 PM UK time for the race preview, and then at 7:30 PM UK time we'll be doing the race watch along until 10 PM. The race starts at 8 PM UK time, and then for an hour after the race finishes, I'll be doing a reaction with you guys to the events of the race itself in Mexico City. And please remember that the clock's at 2 AM UK time, which is in how many hours from now? about just over 4 hours from now. The clocks will go back 1 hour, so please do remember that in regards to tomorrow. But yeah, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. And as well, don't forget to smash a like button if you haven't already. And give me a follow on Twitter at ChazHD5 if you want to keep up to date with the content on this channel. But Q3 will be underway in, yeah, a couple minutes from now. Let me just get the timer ready. 12-minute long session Q3 is. And of course, I'll sync it up as normal at the 11-minute mark. One thing I will do, though, is have a quick drink before we get into this session so my throat doesn't die out immediately. So I'll quickly do that, guys. I'll be back with you in a second. Right, so that should be better. And Sonoda complaining on team radio at the end of Q2 saying it was so bad with the track position, and they said understood. So not getting it correct there. AlphaTauri appears with the track position. As Joe says, I tried, but I didn't have enough today. I don't think I think that's what he said. To be honest, I know Bottas is a lot quicker by what we've seen so far, and you know, he's doing very well, Bottas. And Alfa Romeo also do have, by the looks of it, a pretty fast car. But I don't think Zhou should be that disappointed. Because, you know, he's never raced here before, and he's qualified in 12th place. And he could absolutely finish in the points from there. I mean, all it takes is a couple of retirements in tomorrow's race from the people in the top 10. And Zhou scores a point. So, yeah, I don't think he should be too down on himself, to be honest. As Leclerc currently sat in the garage with no tyres on his car, so clearly not in a hurry are Ferrari. And I'll let you guys know when the session does get underway. As the crowd prepares themselves for the session that everybody today obviously has been waiting for. Q3, as Christian Horner has said in the past, where everyone drops their pants and sees what they've got. Have Mercedes got the most in hand? Who knows? But it's going to be very close. And the top 10 on lap time is going to be separated by very little, because even Bottas, Ocon, Norris and Alonso, they weren't that far away from Hamilton in P1 at the end of Q2. So the gaps between the cars are not going to be very big here. It's going to be very, very close. And if you do make a mistake, if one of the top drivers, you know, Hamilton, Verstappen, Russell, Leclerc, if they make a mistake on their flying lap, they will be punished. Because I'm sure the other drivers in the midfield will be able to, you know, capitalise on that. As there's plenty of Red Bull, Mercedes and Ferrari fans, of course, at the circuit. The odd, probably McLaren fan here or there. But mostly Red Bull fans for obvious reasons. Because their home driver, Sergio Perez, is the second driver at Red Bull. And just the waiting game at the minute from all of the teams as to when they're going to come out onto track. A quick shot there of on the TV broadcast of the Red Bull pit wall of Hannah Schmitz, the head strategist at Red Bull, someone that Ferrari should be throwing all of the monies at, because if they had her at their team, they would instantly be much better and much more of a title contender. But obviously Ferrari not going to do that, because they don't even know what is a good strategist. As the session has begun, no cars on track yet, but I'll sync up the timer for you guys on my stream here in about 45 seconds time. Looks as though, Ferrari are the first on the circuit, as Carlos Sainz has come out of the garage, and here comes Leclerc as well. And that looks like, yeah, Sergio Perez, who is coming out of the pit lane too. So Perez, the first one on the track, and we'll see what he can do. Really, I think Perez, if he's going to get pole position, it's very dependent on how quick the car is, because he looks to be slower than Verstappen so far, but Red Bull don't look to be as quick as Mercedes from what we've seen so far. And there you go, 11 minutes to go in Q3, and, well, qualifying in general. By the way, good to see you, Crystal Racing, in the chat, and good to see you all as well. As all the cars now pile onto track, the first run in Q3 should only be 2 runs in Q3, as it normally is. And yeah, every car on the circuit out of the top 10, except for George Russell and Fernando Alonso. Russell now joins the action, and I'm sure Alonso will in a second as well. Or maybe Alonso will only do 1 run, which we've seen a couple times from him in the past. And possibly, I think even this year Alonso has done that a couple times. We do occasionally get a midfield car do just 1 run in Q3 because of a lack of tyres available at this part of the session. But anyway, Sergio Perez exits the final corner and begins his first attempt at pole position in his home country and here in Mexico City, as he heads down the very long pit straight into turn 1. And let's see what that first sector time is looking like. The first sector time of Lewis Hamilton in Q2 was a 27.7. So needs to be really close to that as Perez. And for the first sector, Perez does a 27.6. That is a lot more like it. And Perez now coming into turn 6. And he was quicker than Carlos Sainz in the first sector. And was he quicker than Charles Leclerc in the first sector? Yes, he was. So Perez looking good so far compared to the 2 Ferrari drivers. As through the middle sector, Perez comes. As, Carlos Sainz has a big moment in the middle sector. That's going to cost Carlos a lot, as Perez has done a pretty decent middle sector as well. And Sainz is, quite a bit slower in the middle sector, so Sainz has not had a good lap here at all. Perez exits the final corner and comes to the line. And what time has he done? A 1:18.1, the quickest time of the weekend so far. Good lap there by Sergio Perez. Sainz goes second on a 1:18.3. Charles Leclerc comes around the final corner and only does a 1:18.8 in third, as Max Verstappen is on his first flying run, as Lando Norris goes up to 4th. Esteban Ocon goes 5th. And Max Verstappen, purple first sector. Hamilton and Russell now has done a purple middle sector, as Max Verstappen goes onto provisional pole position by 0.2 of a second. What can Mercedes do, though, as Bottas goes 4th? Lewis Hamilton only goes 2nd, as George Russell comes out of the final corner, and now he only goes to P2. So it is 2nd and 3rd for the 2 Mercedes, and Max Verstappen currently on pole with 1 run to go in the next 7.5 minutes. And Hamilton's had his time deleted. Hamilton has had his time deleted for track limit violation, I assume, at turn 2. As here's a replay of Carlos Sainz in the middle sector. And same place earlier where he had a big moment in Q1, I believe. He had it once again, just a bit too wide on the exit of turn 7 into 8. And he can definitely improve, can Carlos Sainz. But Max currently on provisional pole position on a 1:17.9. There's a replay of Leclerc getting all crossed up on the exit of turn 4, so he can improve by quite a bit as well. That's why he is down in 6th place in the end. Let me just quickly do the order on the screen so it's all correct. So it is currently Verstappen on pole with 1 run to go. Russell 2nd, Perez 3rd, Sainz 4th. Bottas is currently in 5th place with Leclerc 6th, Norris 7th, Ocon 8th, Hamilton 9th. Hamilton had his time deleted for track limit violations. And Fernando Alonso is 10th, also has not done a lap time. But he is now on the track, and I think will only do Fernando 1 run here in Q3. And here it is. Turn 2, and just went too far over the white line by the looks of it. As Fernando Alonso is about to complete that flying lap that he's just done and goes up to 7th place. That's a very good lap for Fernando. And he also was half a second quicker than Lando Norris and almost 1 second quicker than Esteban Ocon on that lap. So that might be good enough for Alonso to stay in around 7th, 8th place, which would be a great result for him and Alpine. But, Verstappen currently on provisional pole on a 1:17.9. Russell is 0.132 of a second slower than Verstappen. So Russell can still get pole. Hamilton, of course, can. Maybe even Sergio Perez is only 0.2 of a second behind as we enter the final 5 minutes of qualifying. But I do feel as though Verstappen has set a very good first run there that might just put a bit too much pressure on the others. As I think Verstappen is about to be, in the next few seconds or so, released onto track. They look as though they're about to take the tyre blankets off, which I'm not sure. I don't think it's next year. I think maybe the year after. We're not going to have tyre blankets, I don't believe, in F1. And that'll be exciting, especially after a pit stop, where you'll have stone cold tyres. As Verstappen in the Red Bull, Sergio Perez in the Red Bull exits the pit lane. Fernando Alonso's back in the pits. And Alonso, I think, is done for qualifying now. Good effort from Fernando. The highest placed midfield car, though, is Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo. 5th place at the moment, ahead of Leclerc. Let's see what he can do in this final run. Again, Bottas was on pole position last year. He's a bit too far off this time, 8.5 of a second, the gap between him and Verstappen, but yeah, it is looking good for Bottas, obviously, at the minute. And we've had, in terms of previous pole positions, 5 different drivers on pole for the last 5 Mexico City Grand Prix. And of course, Max Verstappen, even though he's won this race 3 times, he has never started this race on pole position. So, yeah. Can he get that first pole? He tried so desperately, I remember back in 2018, to get his first ever pole position in F1 and was still, in the end, beaten out by his teammate Ricciardo. Was very angry that day, but he's a lot more controlled now than he was back then, and a lot in a much better position now than he was then as well. As Sergio Perez's teammate tries to spoil Verstappen's party at the moment and really get the party going here in Mexico by possibly getting pole. Can he do so with this final run in qualifying that we are now on to? Carlos Sainz has also started his final lap in qualifying. And so has now Lando Norris, and Perez has done an improved first sector. Only 0.5 tenths slower than Verstappen. Not a great exit from turn 5 there, but not terrible. As Perez now into turn 7 Oh, Carlos Sainz has bottled it. He's must have made a mistake or something. He's half a second down on Max after the first sector, and so is Charles Leclerc, and they're both have not improved on their first sector time. So both Ferraris not looking good, as Perez has not improved on his middle sector time. But he's only a 10th down, so if he puts in a very good final sector here, you never know. As Perez exits the stadium section, and now through the final corner, where will Sergio Perez go as Carlos Sainz does an improved middle sector? Perez to the line. He improves his lap time, but stays in third on a 1:18.1. Max Verstappen, does a purple first sector. So Max looking good as Carlos Sainz rounds the final corner and stays in fourth. He did a purple final sector, but that first sector really cost him as Leclerc moving around a lot in the final corner, and Leclerc only goes fifth. Disappointing for him as Verstappen continues to improve on this lap as Norris goes up to 6th place. Lewis Hamilton has not improved his first sector, but George Russell has. Hamilton, though, has done a purple middle sector, but will it be enough against Max Verstappen, who comes to the line and goes almost 2 tenths quicker to a 1:17.7 as George Russell now does a purple middle sector. Bottas goes 5th for Alfa Romeo, and Lewis Hamilton goes all the way up to 3rd. Here comes Russell to the line. Will it be pole again for him? No! He's made a mistake in the final sector, and it's Max Verstappen on pole position in Mexico. Russell has ended up 2nd with Hamilton in 3rd. Mercedes were quick, but in the end, they just didn't get the lap together when it mattered most. And Max Verstappen did, and he's on pole with a 1:17.7. 3 tenths of a second clear of both Russell and Hamilton, who are 2nd and 3rd. Sergio Perez ends up in 4th. Sainz 5th. Bottas 6th. Ahead of Leclerc in 7th. What a job by Bottas. By Bottas, but for the Ferrari team, what a disaster. And they have absolutely no chance of victory tomorrow, as we know how poor their race pace is. Lando Norris has ended up in 8th. Great job by him still. Fernando Alonso ends up 9th, to Esteban Ocon in 10th. And the rest of the grid for tomorrow's Mexico City Grand Prix is Ricciardo 11th, Zhou 12th, Tsunoda 13th, Gasly 14th, Magnussen 15th, Schumacher 16th, Vettel 17th, Stroll 18th, Alex Albon in 19th, and Nicholas Latifi is at the back. Wow, what an end to qualifying there. Russell, I thought, was going to get pole, but yeah, that final sector, he just made a mistake somewhere. Let's see, replay now. And, oh, he went wide at turn 12. Just carried too much speed in and blew it. And Russell has had his time deleted for that. What does that do to his position then? Because won't he be relegated even further down the field? I'm not quite sure. It did say Russell's lap time has been deleted. So I'm not sure if Russell... what do you call it? Russell didn't improve on that lap, did he? So yeah, Russell ends up in 2nd place. So forgive me for the momentary lapse. But... what I want you guys now to do in the chat is react with me to what has happened here in qualifying. What did you think of the battle for pole position? What are your thoughts briefly going into the race tomorrow? And who is your driver of the day? For me, the driver of the day has to be Valtteri Bottas, 6th. What an effort by him in the Alfa Romeo to split the 2 Ferraris. And Bottas also miles ahead of the other midfield cars. And Bottas was only 6 tenths of a second off pole position. A great job by Bottas. Right, so one thing I will do before I come to you guys in the chat is I'm going to post a link of the stream out in a couple places, and then we'll get into your comments in the chat and your reactions to what's happened here in qualifying. Let me just post it out on my community tab quickly. Come join us here to react to qualifying in Mexico, and I'll just quickly post a tweet out. So yeah, just give me your general thoughts, guys, as to what happened in qualifying. Again, mainly the fight for pole, and yeah, let me know as well who your driver of the day is, because I'm curious to see who you guys think driver of the day was today. Come join us here for instant reaction to qualifying for the Mexico GP. Let me just do a few hashtags for this, and then we'll get into your reaction, guys. Let me just do, yeah, another, I don't know, 4 or 5 hashtags, something like that. And then get going. Right, well, that'll be, I think, enough hashtags on that tweet. And there you go, posted out on Twitter now. By the way, thank you to Dustin Salinas, I think you're in the chat as well, for following me on Twitter. Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Right, let me just check something else on Twitter as well. Right, so let me look to see what you guys think or thoughts of what happened here in qualifying. Max driver of the day says prank. Max too good as per usual. Bottas suddenly wakes up, says Crystal Racing. Who predicted Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, says Brian Cox. Yeah, not many. I mean, I was in the end correct with my prediction for pole position, because I said I thought it'd be Max Verstappen, and yeah, that is Max Verstappen's first ever pole position in Mexico. And as long as he maintains the lead, I think it will be pretty hard for Mercedes to win tomorrow. They'll have a good car, Mercedes. They'll be quick. There's no doubt about that. But it will be a very close fight for victory on pace. But I'm not sure if Mercedes will be able to get the actual move done on the track. As we know, the Red Bull, very quick down the straights. But yeah, we'll see how Mercedes get on. Obviously, second and third is not actually that bad here, because obviously they will be able, if they are initially off the grid, if they are, what do you call it, in Verstappen's slipstream, they'll be able to go for a move into turn 1. So I'm expecting fireworks at the first corner, like we've had the last couple years. Miss Marquise says, really enjoyed that quali. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a really good one. And yeah, even some people on Twitter saying that what do you call it? It might actually be better for Mercedes to be where they are on the grid, second and third, rather than you know, on pole. But you know, pole position is still pole position. And if you actually look at the record of, you know, poles to wins around this track, Rosberg won from pole here in 2015. Hamilton won here from pole in 2016. But other than that, yeah, it's been victories from outside of pole position. But really, you know, the first corner does decide quite a lot here at this circuit. But I'm sure with these cars that can follow better, we'll, you know, get something a bit more than just a fight to the first corner. One thing I will do quickly before I read out any more comments, just readjust myself in my chair because I'm a bit cramped here. So let me just quickly mute myself, and I'll be back in a sec. Right, so that's better. Mickey says Max could have both Russell and Lewis attacking him at the race start, as the Mercs have had pretty good starts all year. Yep, that is true. Turbo says over 10 kph difference. The Red Bull is just too fast on the top end. Plus, repassing is so much easier now as the tyres don't go off like previous years. Is Bottas' contract up for renewal? No, he had it renewed ages ago, I think, like 3 or 4 months ago with Bottas. Yeah, it's a bit surprising. Very surprising indeed. That he ended up where he did. Brabham says, I think we've seen Bottas' ceiling, quite possibly. Mickey says, I can see Russell and Max having contact at turn 1 tomorrow. We have seen it in the past. Obviously, Vettel and Verstappen had contact at turn 2, was it? In 2017. Obviously, last year, Ricciardo punted Bottas, and Bottas started on pole. Ricciardo just went absolutely ham at the start of last year's race and ended up costing himself a few points. But, yeah, we'll see whether that is, what do you call it? We'll see whether that does happen tomorrow. I hope not, because I want to get like a proper race-long fight between Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, and even Perez. I think the Ferraris, to be honest, are out of action. I don't see how they can possibly fight for the podium even from the positions they're in. Because we know on race day, at the minute, they are the 3rd fastest team. And they were, in qualifying today, 3rd quickest. So they don't have a chance, I don't think, of winning the race. I mean, they've got a chance of a podium, but I think their chances of getting a podium is more down to will Mercedes or Red Bull finish the race rather than beating them on pure pace. Omen says, anyone who thinks Merc won't be back next year is crazy. Just look at how they have now surpassed Ferrari to become the 2nd best team. Max will be slipstream tomorrow, though. Yeah, I wouldn't say they're the 2nd best team. I mean, this weekend they are. There's no doubt about that. But, what do you call it? This season, Ferrari have been quicker, and I would still say that in qualifying trim, Ferrari are most of the time, around most of the circuits we go to, I think are the better team. But if you're looking at the races at the minute, yeah, you'd have to say Mercedes are 2nd quickest, but it's not been quite as simple as that. It has taken quite a bit of time to get to that position. Ferrari have given up on 2022 as Crystal Racing. Well, I don't think they had a choice in the end, because they did bring a development to their car. I think a new part of their floor, or a new part for the floor area in Suzuka that they thought worked well for their car, but clearly in reality has not improved the pace of the car. So yeah, Ferrari just desperate for the season to end at this point, and I'm sure the Ferrari fans are desperate for the season to end because they haven't won a race, Ferrari, since the Austrian Grand Prix, which was almost 4 months ago, and I don't see them winning any of the final 3 races. They're not winning tomorrow. Only way they win in Brazil is if we get like a wet race that really swings about in, mental places in terms of the drama we get. I think we could see possibly a Ferrari win in that type of circumstance. And then Abu Dhabi, I mean, if the old layout was still being used, I think Ferrari would be pretty hard to stop there. But with the new, faster, higher speed layout, I think Red Bull there will be pretty hard to stop. So, yeah. We'll see next season what Ferrari can do. To be honest, next season, I don't see anything better from Ferrari than what we've seen this season. So, yeah. Staby says, Red Bull sandbagging entire Friday FP3, Q1 and Q2. Turbo says Mercedes now needs a high downforce circuit with short straights like Monaco, Singapore, Hungary, but sadly the remaining races are not like that. Next year, though, who knows? Well, next year, I mean, Mercedes have said they're going for a new car concept for 2023. Not sure how different of a car concept, but they are going for a different concept with their car for next year. And I think, really, they are the team to look out for next season. If they bounce back to what they were like if they bounce back to what they were like in 2021, then I think next season we've got a real fight on our hands. And we could get, and I really hope we do get, Hamilton and Verstappen round 2, as we're just on the Sky F1 broadcast looking at a replay of Verstappen's pole position, and pretty good pole position. Nothing spectacular, just very smooth and obviously very quick. And Red Bull did have very good pace in that final sector. And yeah, 1:17.7, which is what? I think about I think about 2 seconds slower than last year's pole position, I think. Crystal Racing says, don't discount Vettel making up many places tomorrow. Yeah. Well, Aston Martin in general, we've got to look at tomorrow as a possible team outside of the top 10 that could get into the points, because we've seen how great their car is on a race day, as Verstappen posing with his pole position trophy. And yeah, he's not had an absolute ton of pole positions this year, but when he has got pole, he has tended to go on and pretty easily win those races, such as the Japanese Grand Prix, Canadian Grand Prix. I wouldn't say it was an easy win, but he did win nonetheless. And Imola as well, where he got pole and obviously won the sprint race to start on pole for Sunday's race. He ended up easily winning that race. Hope we get Lewis, Max, and Russell side by side into turn 1 tomorrow. I wonder if Max would back out just to pass later or not, says Mickey. No. If Max and Lewis, or Russell and Lewis, or, you know, if they're side by side, then they will. Yeah, all those 3 drivers, they'll be absolutely going for it. There's no reason to hold back. Max wants you know, to remember. He wants to break the 13 race win in a season record, the most wins in a season, held by now jointly Michael Schumacher, Sebastian Vettel, and Max Verstappen. And Verstappen has 3 races to go to break that record, so he'll, you know, want to win tomorrow, especially to get that record won, because that's a very good record to have. And yeah, Mercedes, obviously, they haven't won a race this season. So if they've got any opening on the track in terms of an overtake, they will absolutely go for it. I have no doubt about that. Crystal Racing says Vettel quits when a 25-year-old becomes world champion, just like Michael Schumacher did in 2006. Schumi returns 4 years later with Merc. Vettel to join Sauber Audi in 2026. Yeah, quite possibly. I think he could be tempted back. I mean, it obviously depends where he's at mentally in, you know, 2024, 2025, whether he is interested by a return to F1. And obviously, you know, whatever's going on with his family matters the most. But yeah, it's possible. Absolutely possible. And I would like to see it. Because, I mean, we've seen at the moment, he's easily good enough to be on the grid still for another few years at the very least. And he's been performing pretty well this season. He's currently 11th in the championship. Is Vettel. He's only a few points behind Bottas. Bottas, though, likely to outscore him tomorrow, because Bottas obviously starts on the 3rd row of the grid. But yeah, Sebastian looking, still in fine. Vettel, no pun intended. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Sabi says Lulu cheated today and got put into his place when his lap time got deleted. Yeah. I'll leave that comment. Aaron Davis says, I don't think they were sandbagging. I think they just didn't have it set up for the track yet. I think we have to remember as well, Russell and Hamilton did not do their best final attempts. Hamilton, I don't think... Oh, no, he did improve his final lap. I think compared to what he did in his first lap, it was close. The lap times that Hamilton did compared to his first run. But Russell was up on Verstappen after the first two sectors and then went wide at turn 12. So if he had not gone wide, he could very well have been pole position, could Russell. So, yeah. As Charles Leclerc looks pretty... not miserable. He looks a bit more animated in terms of his angriness. 7th place on the grid in a qualifying session. That has not happened, it feels like, in a while for him, because he's been a god in qualifying at times this year. And he still has, I think, the most pole positions this season. Yeah, he looks pretty fed up. Well, that's what life's like as a Ferrari driver. And, yeah, he'll have to, leave that team in the future if he actually wants to win a championship. Turbo says, I wish they did a point for pole. I was never crazy about a point for the fastest lap, especially since teams outside the top 10 can get it and not get the point. Makes it pointless when a non-competitive team can go for a fastest lap. Yeah, I would prefer a point for pole, but to be honest, I prefer neither. I don't think we need a pole position point or a point for fastest lap either. Right, let me try and read out some more comments in the chat. I'm probably going to read out 2 or 3 more comments, I would say. And then I'll come to the end of this stream, I reckon. Jorge Martinez says Sergio has not only battled Hamilton wheel to wheel, but this time he has crowd support, so I predict he will get ahead in the first turn. Important to remember as well, Perez, because he'll be in the right of the slipstream, and we know the Red Bull is so quick in the straight line, so yeah, Perez could definitely make up ground on the first lap. And Perez did start 4th last year and ended up, really, he should have finished in 2nd, but obviously ended up in 3rd. As Red Bull were very quick in this Grand Prix last year. Let's see if I can find some other comments here in the chat regarding what's happening qualifying, what you guys think is going to happen tomorrow. Just having a scroll up, see what people are saying. Brian Cox says, I'm going to stick my neck out a bit and predict that Alonso will do very well in the race and surprise a few people. Yeah, I think Alonso could do something. He's 9th on the grid. We have seen some races Alpine have ended up being pretty quick compared to McLaren. So yeah, absolutely. He could get a 7th or an 8th. We've seen many times this season Alonso finish in the top 6. So, we've seen this many times with Fernando. Somehow, some way, he ends up towards the front of whatever fight he's fighting. Whether it's midfield, back of the grid, or front of the field. He just somehow ends up in the front, say, 2 or 3 positions. Somehow, some way. With all the talent he has. So Carlos Sainz has been interviewed on Sky F1 and he looks pretty miserable as well. And you got to say the Ferrari car really did not handle well. Rear end of the car all over the place. Obviously that's not good for tomorrow because they'll kill their rear tyres. And really, around this circuit, it's not really limited to front tyres or rear tyres in terms of what part of the car gets, mostly worn out. Because the front tyres, they'll get worn out pretty heavily through the fast corners in the middle sector. But then there's a lot of slow corners as well, where the exit of the corners, you'll, do damage to the rear tyres as well. So, tyre wear pretty equal across the board. LVS says Lewis gets very good starts. An average though will be difficult for Perez to surpass him at the start. True. And yeah, Crystal Racer makes a great point that the 2022 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, which is in 3 weeks' time, will be Sebastian Vettel's final race, of course, and it'll be his 299th start. Of course, there was a race. What was it? For Ferrari, I think Bahrain 2016, where he ended up not starting the race because his engine blew up on the formation lap. That would have been, if he started that race, he would have ended up with 300 races. And, right, I'm going to find one final comment if I can, and I'm going to end the stream. I've been live for, 4 hours 40? Which is normally as long as I go. Let me just roll up, see if there's anything else. And I'm trying to find a comment, a good one that I've not read out yet. All right, I'll read this out from Ewok. Final comment. Prediction for first lap. Max pushes Russell off at turn 1. Then Max pushes Lewis off at turn 2. Max lets Checo past for the race win. I'm sure Twitter would be a lovely I'm not going to try and say that word because it's difficult for me to say. I'm sure Twitter would be a lovely, non-toxic place if that actually happened. But guys, cheers for coming along for the stream today. Obviously, I've been live for a while covering Practice 3 and qualifying. And yeah, cheers for everyone coming along for the stream. Been great to have you along. And yeah, tomorrow I will be live 2 hours before the race starts at 6 p.m. UK time. And then at 7:30 p.m. UK time, we'll get into the race watch-along until 10 p.m. 8 p.m. UK time is when the race starts. And then for an hour after the race finishes, I'll be doing a reaction to the race. Again, the clocks in the UK in 3.5 hours' time go back 1 hour at 2 a.m. UK time, that is. It goes back 1 hour. Please do remember that in regards to my stream tomorrow, so you don't get confused. So, yeah, please remember that. And, yeah, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to come along to that stream tomorrow. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. And if you haven't hit the like button already and you're still watching, don't forget to smash the like button on your way out, as it does help the channel grow. And make sure to follow me on Twitter as well at ChazHD5. And don't forget to join my Discord server, link below in the description for more content like this. But guys, until my race watch along tomorrow and race day in Mexico City, which is always a great day in Formula 1. Until then, guys, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.